Alright, there we go. I just wanted to make sure I could see everybody's chat and everything. What's going on, everybody? Did not plan on doing any kind of stream well, we are streaming later today. I didn't expect to be doing one this early. I didn't think this announcement would take an eternity. I was hoping, like, by the end of an hour, we would be done with it, but it looks like every, like, 15 or so minutes. Let me turn... There we go. I think I was getting a little bit of reverb there. Let me know your thoughts, though. I want to know what everybody thinks, who's going to be next. Are there any actual hopefuls that we're expecting to see here? Oh yeah, that's absolutely, without a doubt, what it is. This is the casting announcement for Doomsday and Secret Wars, which is funny because I talked about that in a video yesterday, how this casting information wasn't available yet. Got the live stream up on screen right now too. Let me fix my lighting. Had to have this here to dull down the audio. There we go. That's a little bit better. But yeah, if you look at the actual the official like chat, it's all just nonsense. So I kind of wanted to have like a real place where everybody could discuss. Oh, looks like we're getting another announcement right now. Oh, it's Paul Rudd. Pretty cool. Wait, is it Paul Rudd? Could be Evangeline Lilly. Oh. Alright, that's good. That's good. Oh, it's so funny because yesterday somebody tried to tell me in a comment that Paul Rudd would not be back in another Marvel movie. You know, the petty part of me wants to respond to that comment right now. I think I might. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Paul Rudd, I feel like that was a given. Are there any surprise announcements that people think we might see? One shot Doom like Kang. I certainly hope that's not what will happen. I don't know. I saw some people think that today was going to be a Kang recasting announcement, but yeah, now we have confirmation that both Bucky and the Invisible Woman will survive their respective movies this year. But later tonight, where I was gonna move the Daredevil conversation earlier, but my co-host is not available right now. I don't know where he is. So we're going to be talking Daredevil later tonight. But I think if any kind of surprise announcement gets made here, I'm kind of thinking it'll be like Hugh Jackman or something like that. Somebody who's not like completely far-fetched, but would be a little surprising. I also think we could see Paul or Ryan Reynolds. Have to wait through this. Honestly, you could probably just throw Daredevil up on a second screen, or throw this up on a second screen. I think it's every 15 minutes there's been a new announcement. I'm glad they're playing with it, though. Like, we have the tiny chair for Paul Rudd. That's great. Daredevil does. Yeah, that's true. New episodes of Daredevil, I thought were really good. I think episode 5 might be my favorite episode of the season so far. But let me hear your predictions. What else is going to be announced? I'm assuming they're going to do Robert Downey Jr. last. Why aren't you showing the Marvel stream right now? I am. Is it not showing up on screen for everybody? I'm looking at it in YouTube. It's there. James Marsden appears. Oh, yeah, it is just a pic of a chair. 3 million viewers on Twitter. Wow. If we get some Legacy X-Men casting, I wouldn't be disappointed in that. I was talking it over with some guys earlier, and they were predicting Chris Evans, and I really don't want them to bring Chris Evans back already. Anyways, new casting announcement every 10 minutes. I've been keeping track. It's like 10 to 15 minutes. That's kind of been the window. I feel like Secret Wars will have more cameos than this. I see. Here's the thing. I know everybody was expecting like every Marvel movie, like Multiverse of Madness and everything, to be very cameo heavy. And I think Deadpool and Wolverine kind of falls in that category of being very cameo heavy, but I think the cameos in that movie work. Who do I think is going to be next? Well, let's see. We've got Hemsworth, Vanessa Kirby, Anthony Mackie, Sebastian Stan, Letitia Wright, Paul Rudd. I could see Tom Holland being next. I think that's a possibility. I really want Kitty Pryde to be Tom Holland's Spidey new girlfriend in the MCU. I'm a big Ultimate Spider-Man fan, so that would make me very, very happy if we saw that. Oscar Isaac showing up. As much as I want that, I don't know if this is... I don't know how realistic that could be right now. Because right now it feels like Moon Knight is really in its own corner of the MCU. They said Moon Knight won't be in the next 2 Avengers movies. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. I know they were talking about, like, no season 2 is planned right now. And, yeah, I'm fine leaving Moon Knight where he is right now. I think, if anything, we're going to get Scarab first. This marketing sucks. Well, I assume most of the people, like a majority, don't even know this is happening right now, or it's happening while they're working. So I'm willing to bet some people appreciate the slow drip right now. What about Charlie Cox? I think there's a possibility of him showing up. Paul Rudd needs a bigger chair. Well, I'm glad that they're at least doing something a little fun during this stream with the smaller chair. I'm hedging my bet. I don't know, maybe we'll have a little fun with this. I'll say Hugh Jackman, and let me throw a poll up there. Give me some other wild, just some wild predictions of who could possibly be here. I don't want to see like really ridiculous ones. I wanted to know your opinions on how Thanos' theory is going to work with shrinking Ray from Invincible and her being crushed inside the lizard man. that is more of an Arash question, which hopefully he'll be here soon. I don't know where he is. Now, what is Daredevil gonna do to Doom Thunderbolt S situation? So Daredevil has worked with the Avengers before, though. In the comics, I know the MCU Daredevil isn't as power scaled to where he is in the comics, but they could make it work. Black Widow was in the Avengers. I mean, they essentially have the same power set. Daredevil probably a little bit more powerful than Black Widow, if we're being honest. It also look at the other young Avengers right now. Like Kate Bishop is a really talented archer. Hawkeye is like next level as an archer, but you know, I think we're looking at smaller scale teams for this next Avengers movie. Yeah, exactly. Daredevil fought Doom in the comics. I missed that. Ryan Reynolds, Charlie Cox, Hugh Jackman. Oh, you know what? Benedict Cumberbatch might be the next chair. Patrick Stewart coming back again. You know what? He didn't show up in Deadpool and Wolverine, so I don't know, because I feel like if there was a movie for him to return in, Deadpool and Wolverine was it. Because I remember, I think it was press he was doing around the time Logan came out, where he specifically said he would come back in a Deadpool if he was asked. So, I don't know. Getting him back for Multiverse of Madness is still kind of like, I can't believe they did that. Oh. We're getting another announcement. I'm trying to place the music. No, it's not Tom Holland. This Shang-Chi? Oh, Wyatt Russell. Okay. I couldn't place that theme music. Maybe that's something that we're gonna see in Thunderbolts. I don't remember that from Falcon and the Winter Soldier though. I'm glad he's coming back. Guess that's another confirmation of a character who lives in Thunderbolts. Well, I think we're gonna learn about a lot of different character themes here today. Hope he doesn't die though. What I would be surprised is, are we going to see Taskmaster turn up here today? But also, did they get a little bit faster with the announcements? How long have I been going? I feel like it hasn't been that long. No, it's been about 15 minutes. Oh, let's see. When did that chair come into frame? Oh, okay, it was like 10 minutes ago. We're getting the Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. I'm really wondering what the order is here, because it's not by name. Probably gonna save the big names for closer to the last. Yeah, that's definitely, it's by height. Yep. No, I'm right there with you. That's why I wanted to stream right now, because I was just gonna make videos as the announcements came out, but they're happening 15 minutes apart, and every time, if I kept making videos, they would just become pointless. So I wanted to stream. I wanted to hear other people's thoughts. Trying to look at the chat and hear actual fan thoughts about what's going on was not working out. Jeffrey Dean Morgan as an older Ghost Rider would be cool. I saw somebody say Nicolas Cage should come back as Ghost Rider, and like, I don't think we need that. Hugh Jackman, James Marsden, Kelsey Grammer, Halle Berry. Let's see. All right, I'm starting a poll. All right, let's see. Alright, we got Charlie Cox, Hugh Jackman. Oh, Tobey Maguire's a good one. I'm gonna put Tobey Maguire / Andrew Garfield. Do we put Charlie Cox slash Ben Affleck in there? Or maybe, you know what? They started filming yet? Today is the start of production. That's what this announcement's about. Ryan Reynolds, I didn't put on there. You know what? I'm gonna do Hugh Jackman slash Ryan Reynolds. Because I feel like if one's there, the other has to show up. Yeah, I know that's why that Looney Looty, that was kind of the joke I was making. Eric Bana, Edward Norton. Ooh, that's gotta be. I'll do it. I can only do 4 options, so I'm gonna try and squeeze. All right, so I got Charlie. And you know what? I'm just setting it live. I can only do 4 options here. There we go. I'm kind of curious what everybody thinks will be the most insane of these casting announcements. Charlie Cox taking the lead. You know, Eric Bana, Ed Norton getting some love in there too. Wow. Now this isn't just to show up in the movie. This is I'm talking like this is something they'll announce today. How is it's tied. Ang Lee's Hulk is getting love recently. Is it? I haven't watched that movie since probably like 2004, 2005, right around when it would have premiered on TV, probably. If Daredevil gets in, we need to see his bromance with Spidey. Honestly, I think I'd rather wait until another Spider-Man movie to see Daredevil and Spider-Man interact. I just feel like Doomsday Secret Wars isn't the environment that I want to see those characters in. Charlie Cox, I feel like, out of all of these, most likely to get a chair today. We'll know as soon as we hear the music. Don't think Daredevil's going to be there, period. I think it's a possibility. That's all I'm going to... I think he's popular enough as a character. The show is pulling in viewers. Far in the future? Possibly. He'll definitely... You know, he's already shown up in movies. I'm not going to rule it out entirely. But wow, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield is getting more votes than Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds right now? After the on-set conflict, Edward Norton wouldn't return, but Eric Bana would return. I don't think the on-set conflict was between Norton and Marvel. I think it was between Norton and the director, which the director has gone... He's well past doing Marvel right now. So I think there's a chance he would come back for a cameo. He was just in Battle Angel Alita, wasn't he? For like a cameo role. Well, that was supposed to develop into a bigger performance. What else has he been doing recently? Yeah, I also knew that Eric Bana doesn't really care anymore. He hasn't really been doing that much recently. I don't think Oscar Isaac is turning up, though. That is one thing I'm going to stand by. I don't think he's... If he does turn up, maybe in Secret Wars. Oh, let's see. Glass Onion, Asteroid City, Complete Unknown. Yeah, he's kind of a little bit past blockbusters at this point. Wesley Snipes is a possibility. You know what? I should have just put a movie on there. Hey, Rebel, what's up? He was just in Sausage Party Foodtopia, though. Do you think we will get the cast themselves to sit in the chairs and talk a bit about the movie? I think, if anything, we're going to end with a Robert Downey Jr. appearance. He's the only one beforehand that we knew for sure, like, and I don't mean just, like, speculation. Like, we knew Anthony Mackie was going to be in the movie based on Captain America: Brave New World. Robert Downey Jr. was the only confirmed cast member as of yesterday, though. James Marsden as Cyclops teaming up with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, finally having the team up that should have been in the beginning. I agree, should have been. James Marsden, I love him as an actor. I could see him coming back, or wanting to come back anyways, as Cyclops. I think his whole entire Sonic 3 press tour was him just talking about being Cyclops. I want him to come back. I don't think his version of Cyclops was great, but that was mostly just because they didn't know what to do with him. I think it's just Doomsday Cast. I think it's Doomsday and Secret Wars, because they're shooting both of them simultaneously. I think people are expecting too much from this Doomsday Cast. Well, yeah, this is mostly just like fun speculation talk that we're going over right now. I think most people are being level-headed about this. Could Magneto return? Which version of Magneto? I feel like Ian McKellen has been pretty relegated to theater performances recently. Oh, do we have more music coming in? Nope. I had to check to see if it was like a lawnmower outside. Michael Fassbender? I think that could be a possibility. I don't... I love... The thing is, I loved X-Men First Class. I really liked Days of Future Past. Apocalypse didn't hit for me. Dark Phoenix, I barely remember. So any of those cast members from that recent crop of X-Men movies, I don't know if they'll turn up, because I think most of the nostalgia is for the early 2000s X-Men movies. The Fox X-Men characters make more sense for Secret Wars, where we'll probably get a cameo fest. I don't know if Secret Wars is going to be a cameo fest, though. I think what a lot of people are expecting is just like characters to turn up the same way they did in Deadpool and Wolverine. Whereas if you read Secret Wars, the comic, which the movie seems to be mostly taken from the 2015 one, the first issue is just like the big battle between the Ultimate Universe and Earth 616 colliding, but then the rest of the comic is kind of just the actual like figuring out this new world run by Doom, where certain characters have very specific positions in the world. And I think that's kind of what Secret Wars is more going to be. Oh, we got music coming in. Ooh, I can't place it again. Ooh, what could this be? Any guesses? Oh, okay. We're getting Namor back. Alright, that's cool. That was a pretty unexpected one. I'm really... I didn't even consider that for some reason. Good pick, though. I'm really glad. I liked... I don't know. What's the... Let's get some temperature on what people think about Wakanda Forever. Oh yeah, the love triangle. Well, what I'm wondering is... They can't fumble Namor. They didn't fumble Namor. I think they nailed it. I liked the way that they reworked Namor and distanced it from being Atlantis. Namor and Shuri. Could we possibly see new faces for this one? I think it's possible. If Chadwick was still alive, it would have been better. Shuri being Black Panther was yeah, that is the one downside of that movie, is kind of speed running Shuri into becoming Black Panther, but it's kind of a reflection of the production of the movie too. Namor and Sue. Oh, ooh, we got a lot of Namor opinions in the chat right now. Wakanda Forever is the only project in the MCU I still haven't watched apart from Echo. I like Wakanda Forever. I think it's a little too long, though. That's my biggest problem, but I think the final battle with the, I can't remember what they call Namor's forces. Thank you, Jude, for the $5 donation. By the way, first dono and live stream for me. Always love the X family work on the multiple channels. Waiting for Ruffalo and Miss Lonnie to be announced. Miss Lonnie is definitely going to be announced today. I'm just going to say that. Thank you so much for the donation, though. Really appreciate it. I really appreciate your love to all the channels that we have here. I'm going to make the stream window a little bit bigger. I was kind of worried about it getting claimed, but I think as long as I don't play the music from it, we'll be okay. Was Namor dead? No, Namor is not dead currently. Namor surrendered to the Wakandans and essentially said, we're going to need to keep an eye on things because I think they'll need us one day. Kind of giving us that teaser for either a future Black Panther sequel, or I guess now we're getting it in Doomsday Secret Wars. Hey, Professor X, big fan. Do you think that Namor will team up with Sam Wilson, Captain America, like the OG comics with Steve? I think that's a possibility. I think we need to... I need to remember the name of Namor's people. I can't remember what it's called. Because it used to be Atlantis. Somebody probably said it in the chat, but I just need to... Talokan. Okay, that's what it is. Yes, thank you. I see it in the comments now. But yeah, they're gonna come back, and I think they need to have a little bit more story before we see other kinds of team ups with them. Let's see. Any hopes for a completely new Spider-Man that's not been in any live-action Marvel projects? Are we talking about like getting a new version of Peter Parker in there, like a multiverse variant of Peter Parker, or are you thinking like going Spider-Ham or Spider-Man Noir 2099, like that direction? Watch Brave New World, and the leader design is so annoying. If they want the messed up brain, at least keep the goatee and some hair on top. I don't mind the leader design. It does feel like they changed it late in the game, but I like it a lot more than that green tinted version we saw like the concept art for. I just didn't think it looked as interesting. The messed up brain is cool, though. I think they're probably going to do something where it's going to continue to evolve. I love how they changed it to Mayan Aztec culture. That was a big thing for me. I really liked that, too. Could we see Deadpool and Wolverine in either Doomsday or Secret Wars? That is the one... it's at a 20%. Come on, guys. You really don't think it's likely that Hugh Jackman or Ryan Reynolds is going to be announced? You think Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are more likely to get announced today than Ryan Reynolds or Hugh Jackman? I disagree with that. Miguel O'Hara cameo would be crazy. I agree. Are we talking about like an actual Spider-Verse cameo though, or like Miles or Noir? I don't think we're gonna see Miles. Deadpool and Wolverine is definitely in Doomsday and Secret Wars 90%. Yeah, I agree with that. Could there be 3 team ups in Doomsday similar to how we saw Team Cap? Yes, I think that's definitely what we're going for. They're going for the Avengers being different, like split across different teams and kind of combining in the end, the same way Endgame worked. We're gonna have like the Secret Avengers, which I'm pretty sure is what the Thunderbolts are going to become. Young Avengers / Champions / West Coast Avengers, whatever you want to call them. That's going to be Miss Marvel, Wiccan, Speed, Kate Bishop, Cassie Lang. Do you think John Bernthal will be in Doomsday? If he does show up, and I talked about this in our Daredevil stream a few weeks ago, my favorite Punisher appearance in a mainline Avengers story is his appearance in Secret Wars, where he shows up at the Kingpin party, the end of the world party, and he just kills all of the characters there. It'll probably just be a cameo for Hugh and Ryan. I think. See, it's a little bit difficult to call that because I think they're really going to be making a push to get Deadpool and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine into the MCU. And my prediction for that was that Ryan Reynolds is basically going to take the Miles Morales role from the Secret Wars comic, where he is given the opportunity to include him and his loved ones into the MCU at the end, when the universe is recreated. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat right now. Where was I? Andrew and Toby make more sense for Secret Wars. Agreed. Not complaining, but there are less big hitters from the Infinity Saga, like Chris Hemsworth and Robert Downey Jr., than the Multiverse Saga cast. More Multiverse cast than the Infinity Saga. I'm not disagreeing with you there. Hey, X, the leader design, if you saw interviews, the blame falls completely on Blake Nelson last minute during reshoots. Ooh, I'd like to know more about that. If you have some insight on that, I'd like to hear. What about Charles Xavier? I think that's a possibility. Haven't read Secret Wars, but will they have the heroes lose in Secret Wars kind of like Infinity War then leads into Doomsday? So the way the comic works, I'm remembering something I read like 5 or 6 years ago, by the way, is that basically there's an incursion between the Ultimate Universe and Earth 616, and there's a life raft that some of the heroes are on. There's another one that Doom is essentially running, and the universe just kind of, both of them die, and it's recreated as Battle World, where Doom is the ruler. So that's kind of what I assume we're going to be seeing in Doomsday, or maybe in the start of Secret Wars. We'll see. Let's see. Eric Bana, a lot of Eric Bana love today. John Bernthal and Dolph Lundgren, maybe. Do you think any of the Eternals will return? I think this is their chance to make the Eternals return. How about Wilson Bethel? If he shows up in Doomsday and Secret Wars, it's going to be in that Punisher cameo, like I was just talking about. What about Nova and Nova Corp? I think we have to build to their reveal. I don't think it can just be thrown into Secret Wars or Doomsday. Would it be R-rated if Deadpool was in it? So my idea has always been that if Deadpool showed up in, well, back then it was the PG-13 X-Men movies, he would be censored, and he knows he's censored, and that's how they would have fun with it, basically. There's that moment in the first Deadpool movie where he's about to kill somebody and he pushes the camera away. It would be things like that. That's what we would get. Do you think Captain Marvel might get a reduced role since the last film flopped? Not that I hate Captain Marvel, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think she's going to have a reduced role. She didn't have a lot to do in the earlier two Avengers movies. If anything, this is their chance to build the rift to do Civil War 2. Which in the comics is Iron Man versus Captain Marvel. Terrence Howard, 60 plus characters in Doomsday, and each like 10 minutes, like 600 minutes before the announcements. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe this is just like a main cast announcement, but I mean, seeing Namor show up, that's interesting choice. Safe bet is Doctor Strange or Hulk next. I thought Benedict Cumberbatch like 5 reveals ago. Charlize Theron is also probably going to be in the movie. Sorry, I missed a couple of these. She-Hulk make a return in this? Absolutely. Assuming the MCU is going to be 616, what will the Ultimate Universe be then? I think it's going to be a combination of the Fantastic Four's separate universe and the Fox X-Men universe. Because we know that Photon is, Monica Rambeau, is stuck in a Fox X-Men universe. I'm wondering if the universe she's in is the one from Deadpool, though. So that could be interesting. I want Japanese Spider-Man, Ed Norton, and Ben Affleck Daredevil. Gonna be a hard time getting Ben Affleck Daredevil in this. Sylvie, do you think the evil Avengers theory is gonna be true? I'm not super familiar with the theory, but if it's just the fact that there's gonna be like Doctor Doom will have his own, he'll be like the evil Victor Von Doom who used to be Iron Man, Tony Stark, and he has an evil version of the Avengers. I don't know about that. Do you think in this film an Inhumans-like team will be formed with Namor, Reed Richards, Doctor Strange? They've already said that Namor is a mutant in this universe, so I don't think so. Think She-Hulk has to get a redemptive character development after a show. I'm going to disagree with you. I think She-Hulk's characterization in the show was absolutely fine. Do you think Spider-Verse characters and other animated... wow, hold on. Whoa. I actually have to take a break from reading chat for a second. Let me just catch my breath. I don't have water in here or anything. There's a rumor that a Lego figure was made but was pulled from production. Wish we saw it. Oh, for Leader. Interesting. That the Funko had no time to change. It was already set and angered Funko. Well, like, the thing is, a lot of the Funko Pops don't look exactly like the characters. Like, if you've ever seen the Vision Funko Pop, he's this weird shade of pink that doesn't really match what we saw in the movies. I'm disappointed in the Paul Rudd casting announcement. He had this time, could have given us Blade. I guess. I mean, it seems like they're having their own difficulty figuring out Blade right now. Oh, we're getting some music. I wonder if this is Captain Marvel? Oh, we got a new one coming. I'm gonna say Brie Larson. Ooh. Nope, we got the Thing. That's Fantastic Four. Oh. We got another $2 donation from Jude Lehman saying, I also explained the reasoning earlier. Oh, yeah, I was reading through it. Sorry, I was just trying to get through. He mentioned during reshoots he really wanted to feel the weight of the disfigurement of the brain, so it became practical. The concept was the finished CGI design before he pushed it out. Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Jude. Thank you so much for the donation. And I appreciate your insight on that, because, like I said, I was unaware of that. Micro. Oh, I wonder if he could show up as Micro. It's one of those rare dual MCU casting. Which there was another one last night on Daredevil. One of the cops earlier played a different character in Jessica Jones. This casting is great, but here's the thing. Here's the thing indeed. Are you ready for RDJ grabbing Josh Brolin's spine? Absolutely, that would be so insane if they showed that. Jonathan Majors would top RDJ's announcement. I don't want to get too much into the allegations and the controversy. I think there's too much negativity on Jonathan Majors for Marvel to be like, oh yeah, sure, come back. And I saw somebody say on Twitter that, like, oh, well, Robert Downey Jr. got a second chance. Look, Robert Downey Jr. got a second chance like a decade and a half after Hollywood abandoned him. And it was because he was putting up like great performances. RDJ did have a second chance, but it took a really long time for him to get that second chance. And the things he did, drug abuse, he was an addict. That's not on the same level for a lot of people as domestic issues. I think Jonathan Majors will get a chance to get that redemption, but right now is not the time, is my main point. I have a theory. A new Illuminati will be formed with Namor, Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, the new Black Panther from the leaked art. See, I'm wondering, here's my counter to that. Will this Doctor Strange want to form a new Illuminati after dealing with the Earth 838 Illuminati? I could have just messed up the numbering, but you know what I mean? Captain Carter in Avengers Doomsday. I think it's a possibility. I know a lot of people say that the one thing I read constantly is industry plant character. Did everybody forget how much we loved Peggy Carter in the Agent Carter series? And maybe everybody did. They need to give that show a rewatch, though. It's a great show. They could just recast Kang, man. The problem is that they made every variant of Kane Jonathan Majors in that last movie. John Majors' contract was smart. All his variants are Majors. I think that might be part of it, but it was very narrow-sighted of Marvel to give somebody that deal. I think we could see Elizabeth Olsen today, maybe, which would directly contradict what she said the other day. I don't get the hate for Captain Carter. She's overused, but she's a nice character. See, the thing is she overused, or was she was only in What If and Multiverse of Madness? Agent Carter is a really good show. I highly recommend it. The problem is, it was the second Marvel series before all of the Netflix shows came out, and it was on ABC. So it's like, I fell off Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. pretty early on, so I didn't really get attached to those characters, but I really liked Agent Carter, and Agent Carter got canceled 2 seasons in, and it could have kept going. I hope Scar is somewhat fleshed out. That stupid-ass haircut, reaching, and hoping too much, but hopefully we see Lyra at some point as well. That would be cool. They brought in Toby and Andrew. No, these are just these are all predictions in the poll right now. I want to know what people think are the most likely of the wild predictions that we've had. And all of these were suggestions from chat, and my suggestion was Hugh Jackman or Ryan Reynolds. You should return to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I probably will. Oh, wow. A lot of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. love in chat right now. They wasted the Giancarlo Esposito. Please make him a new and important character, because they removed the Serpent Society and we don't know his actual character. I agree. I think he deserves a second chance, and I think we need to see a Snake Man, honestly. Thank you for the sub, Kingsman. Kingsman? Let's see who'd be Molecule Man or Beyonders. Ooh. Let's do a little fun experiment. Let's see. Let me see Molecule Man so I can just get an idea of what his appearance would be. I feel like there's a few good options. I would have said Malkovich if he wasn't there. See, I really like Walton Goggins as Sonny Birch. I think that is the perfect character for him to play in Marvel, especially if they keep bringing him back, which they're going to. It's amazing. They did a lot of MCU first. Also, Robbie Reyes is effing cool, and Clark Gregg gets better every season. I really do like the actor who plays Robbie Reyes. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he's really great, and like, he was in the last Terminator movie and The Last of Us. Can you fan cast some of the mutants for the next phase of the MCU? Oh, right, let's... Whoa, did I lose it? Okay. I hit my microphone cord on accident. This is not as tight as it should be. Have you tried running it through a spectrogram? I've not. Gabriel Luna, thank you. Yes, he's great. I want to go back to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just, there's a lot of show there. I haven't watched most of the CW DC shows for that reason, but also because I saw what a lot of it looked like. later on, and I was just kind of really turned off by it. Do I think Agatha could return in Doomsday? I think Catherine Hahn is kind of done. She might return in like a Midnight Suns, but I don't think she's going to be like an Avengers level character. But yeah, let's go through some fan casting of some mutants. Throw out a mutant, and I'll try and give my best prediction of who I think could play them, who would be a good job. I think the setup for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. pays off. Hi from Singapore. Oh, very cool. Marrow, Wolverine. Wolverine, I think they're going to keep Hugh Jackman around for a little bit. All right, wait. Okay, so I see Marrow, Cyclops. Let me write this down. Cyclops, Jubilee, young Gambit. I think we could see Channing Tatum return as Gambit. Give this man a chance to actually do Gambit. Storm, well, I have a video about Storm. I think... Well, so Cynthia Erivo is the... like, she has made it clear that she wants to play Storm. I think she could do a good job as Storm. That's kind of the... That's where my head goes there, and she's kind of a desired actress at this point. Jenna Ortega, I don't think we'll see in a Marvel role again. She seems very uninterested. Jean Grey, Evan Rachel Wood or Naomi Scott as an adult Jean Grey would be good. I think we need to see a real young X-Men team, though. I think we need to see the heavy hitters as younger stars. Josh Brolin does deserve more time as Cable. I second that. But let's see. Marrow, Cyclops. I'm going to go through this from most exciting to the ones that I don't really have too much input on. So let's go Cyclops. Cyclops... Ooh. Ewan McGregor as Magneto. That's interesting. In Spider-Man 4, we'll get Sadie Sink, but who do you think she'll play? So here's the thing. I think it could be possible that she plays Firestar, as Jude just said. As a fan of the Ultimate Comics, I would like to see the X-Men show up. I think that would be really cool. And I'd really like to see that relationship with Kitty Pryde happen that we got in the Ultimate Comics. No Jackman and Tatum after Secret Wars. I think Channing Tatum deserves more time. Hugh Jackman, I think he's too attached to this character at this point. But who do they get to replace Hugh Jackman? That's the thing. Oh, we're getting another casting announcement. Is this Eternals? Oh, no, that's Shang-Chi. Okay. Some of these newer Marvel scores, I have a hard time differing them. Some of them I can tell right away. The Michael Giacchino ones, very different from each other. Let's go. I'm glad he's back. I knew he was coming back, but I'm glad he's back. We needed to see him again. I think Marvel should cast young unknown actors for the X-Men. I agree. I think that's what they'll need to do. So, I'm still trying to figure out some of these castings. Because I think they should go young for Cyclops. You know what? I really do like the guy that they got before. But I think Taron Egerton as Logan is... I just don't think that works, really. They so won't do an X-Men origin for the first movie. I'm not saying they would, but I think a younger X-Men team is what they should do, since this is the future of the MCU they're pushing for right now. The mutant era is essentially what is the next step right now. So they need to cast young, because they don't want to run into the same problem they're at right now, which they're 10 years, 15 years, nearly 20 years into this franchise. I forgot how much time has just passed. And most of their heavy hitters are now in their 40s. They're winding down. They don't want to really do this as much. Chris Hemsworth especially has made a point in saying, like, he wants to explore other acting opportunities outside of Thor. He wants to spend time with his family. Robert Downey Jr. is in his 50s. You know, him coming back as Doom is one thing, but I don't think we'll see him back as Tony Stark at this point. Chris Evans, same thing. He's older. Thank you so much for joining us, Kingsman. Great to have you here. But I don't think they want to run into the same problem that they have right now, where Tom Holland is the youngest of the main MCU cast, along with we've got the Young Avengers too, though. But a lot of those Young Avengers are newer characters. How many iconic stories can you fit Kamala Khan into? Whereas with the X-Men, there are so many X-Men stories they could build off of. Cyclops, I'm just going to throw a name out there. Austin Abrams. I think he could be a good Cyclops. He was just cast in the new Resident Evil movie I'm really looking forward to. But I think he kind of has a unique look, and I think he could be cool. James McAvoy could work as an older Xavier. I could see them going in that direction. Austin Butler as Angel. I think that's a good choice. I really would have liked to see, I think Austin Butler could have been a good Johnny Storm. But you know what? I'm on board with Joseph Quinn. I think that's a good decision. I'm still trying to cast some of these other actors. Miles Teller as the Maker would be a good idea, but I don't know if they want people to remember that Fantastic Four movie. I don't think they want them to remember it so seriously, anyways. Soft reboot in Secret Wars, not full reboot. That would be horrible. Timothy Chalamet as Nightcrawler. You know what? The X-Men is such an international team that I think it would be a disservice to not cast them internationally. Do you think Millie Bobby Brown could play a mutant Kitty Pryde, maybe? I think that could make sense. I don't think she, outside of Stranger Things, she hasn't really had a chance to shine as a performer yet. She's becoming Gal Gadot 2.0. See, I can't fully jump on board the Gal Gadot was never a good actress train, because I think she is a good actress in specific roles. I think what I see a lot on Twitter with okay, I see something really quick. I'm going to come back to this Gal Gadot thing. Matt Wood as Wolverine, fantastic casting. That is, yes. If you haven't seen Saturday Night yet, he was John Belushi in that movie. He was fantastic. He would be a great Wolverine. But going back to the Gal Gadot thing, I see a lot of those compilations of like Gal Gadot bad acting. And yes, there's bad acting in there, but a lot of it is just her acting through a very thick accent, which, yeah, that's what you're going to run into when you cast somebody with a very thick accent. And I think it works for roles like Wonder Woman. I don't think it works when you're playing the Queen in Snow White or, other Gal Gadot roles. I think Millie was good in Enola Holmes. I haven't watched that yet, but I have heard it's really good. What do I think the phase 1 of the Mutant Saga will consist of? We'd have to establish... Well, the thing is right now, we live in an MC... The MCU exists in a world where heroes are kind of widely accepted for the most part. And people with abilities are just now kind of... It started with Wanda in Civil War. They're kind of being looked at in that negative light, especially after Westview. So I think they have to build up the mutant hate. And we saw that kind of continue with Spider-Man and No Way Home. So I think we would have to do... If they're not doing a reboot, soft reboot where it's like, oh, well, the X-Men from the Fox universe have always existed here, they would have to rebuild that fear. And that's what the first X-Men stories have to be about. It has to be the stories of mutants being persecuted by humanity. Morgan Freeman voicing a Watcher would go crazy. I like what they're doing right now. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I think they've done the right thing with the Watcher so far. Is Mephisto ever going to show up? Allegedly an Ironheart, but I have my debates on that. I think Sacha Baron Cohen could be playing a different character. Gary Oldman as Magneto, that could work. Bob Iger ruined Marvel in recent years. It wasn't Feige's fault. I don't think it was Iger's fault either. I think it was Bob Chapek, actually, the guy who was supposed to take over from Iger, and then really just ran things into the ground, so Iger had to come back to kind of put the pieces back together. Sokovia Accords were a big deal in regards to that, the whole Civil War story arc. Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. And then it continued, but that was less public opinion and more, government security levels. The Sokovia Accords, anyway. I think it didn't really start to hit public opinion until WandaVision. Let's see, Feige as Xavier. Feige. Mark Hamill as an older Mr. Sinister. Now that is something I could get behind. That would be so cool. I was always pro John Hamm, Mr. Sinister. He filmed Mr. Sinister for the New Mutants, but I think I've seen the movie and he's not in it. Is there any way the MCU can be saved? I think they're doing... The thing is, there's this ideology behind MCU alive, MCU dead. The thing is, the MCU is much like the comic universe. There are things in it that you are going to like and love, and areas that you are going to focus on, and there are going to be other areas that maybe you don't care about, maybe you even hate it. She-Hulk, for example. Say you hate She-Hulk. The thing is, you don't have to watch She-Hulk. That is what the MCU is kind of moved towards. You don't need to watch every single piece of it. You can pick and choose and then focus on the main event stuff. And I don't think you'd be confused if, like, for example, I'm trying to think of a side... Abomination showed up and had a history with She-Hulk. I don't think people would be confused anymore. What's happening? What's the announcement? It's Doomsday Secret Wars casting. John Campea would have a right if he heard... John Campea would have a right if he heard someone blame Bob Iger for Marvel's downfall. He is a mega Chapek hater, and I agree. See, I don't think Chapek is, like... I don't think Iger is fully innocent in this, because he had to approve a lot of the decisions Feige made. But I think there are a lot of factors that come into play there. I like most of the Phase 4 projects. I think there were more projects I liked than ones I hated. I agree with that. I can't even say... The thing is, I watch a lot of movies. That is my thing. I watch bad movies all the time. Whenever I hear somebody say something in the MCU is awful or the worst thing they've ever seen, I could name 10 movies I've seen in the last year that are much worse than anything Marvel has made in the last decade. I'm talking about Marvel Studios specifically. The Sony movies are their own animal. She-Hulk was the worst thing ever. In your opinion. That's the beautiful thing about art, is that somebody else could really enjoy it as a comedy. Maybe you don't like it because it was a comedy. And you want your Marvel shows to be more serious. Well, there's a Marvel show that exists out there for you. She-Hulk wasn't it, though. And that's fine. See, that's the thing. There can't be a lowest point in the MCU anymore, really, unless they have, like, fail after fail after fail. She-Hulk came out in between Moon Knight and Wakanda Forever. Those are two pretty big, like, well, I would say Moon Knight is a pretty big high point. I'm sorry. We're getting another announcement. What is this? Oh, okay. We kind of knew that was happening. All right. Sorry, I'm looking back. We got Florence Pugh back. We kind of expected that, I think. Calling She-Hulk a comedy is an insult to the comedy genre. See, the thing about comedy and art, it's subjective. If you didn't think something in She-Hulk was funny, I'm sorry, but a lot of other people did. Echo is probably my low point. I liked Echo, but it was kind of just like, it existed. I agree. Daredevil's yellow suit, I agree. I loved it. So we know 3 of the Thunderbolts survive. Haven't seen Taskmaster yet, though, so I'm a little nervous. Let's see. I saw a question for me before. Where is it? I might have missed it. If you asked a specific question to me before, go ahead and throw it in the chat. Oh, what's your top 2 and top 2 hated Disney Plus Marvel shows? Top 2, let me look at a list. Are we counting Netflix shows in this? Or are we just counting Disney Plus? Oh, that was from Jude. No need to donate. Please, save your money. Thank you for your donations that you've given already. You could just throw it in the chat. I promise I'll read it. Let me know if you're counting Netflix, ABC shows, or if we're just talking Disney Plus. Zoolander 2 is probably worse than She-Hulk. I can tell you, Zoolander 2 is most definitely worse than She-Hulk. Disney Plus. Okay. Let's go through the list. List of Marvel Cinematic Universe television series. All right. We have WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, What If, Hawkeye, Moon. Oh my god, there's so many. All right. Well, I will say Secret Invasion is my least favorite of all of the shows. Yeah, Secret Invasion is definitely by far the worst. I really just, I was really excited for that one because there were so many things they could have done with it, and they squandered it. It was just such a nothing burger of a show. And there's a large gap between these, but I'd say Echo is probably my second least favorite. But like I said, there's a large gap. Echo is kind of a nothing show, but I liked it. And 2 favorites, Hawkeye. I think Hawkeye is criminally unrecognized. It's a solid show. Um, and ooh, this is tough. Because I really do like a majority of the Disney Plus shows. That's the only one I dislike actively is Secret Invasion. Um, I'd say season 1 of Loki. I can feel confident in that answer. All right, let me scroll through the chat again. She-Hulk is definitely overhated. Agree. I think there is a large audience that hates that show for a very specific reason. We're not going to talk about that though. Just watched for Kingpin. I wish they did more with the intelligentsia. Yes, me too. Do you think Magneto is still the Maximoff twins' biological father in the MCU? I think there's a possibility. Thoughts on the rumors of Spider-Verse characters returning for Secret Wars? I like the idea of Spider-Verse characters showing up. I don't like the idea of what-if characters showing up in that animation style. But also, I don't think they should bring Spider-Verse characters in there because they should just finish their own story first before we get any more tie-ins. For me, Secret Invasion is above Echo. It's totally fine. That is your opinion. There are no right or wrong answers when we talk about things we like or dislike. CGI and She-Hulk was bad. I don't think it was. It was passable. I agree with passable. I think some of it looked really good, but yeah, there were some iffy CGI moments. I will give you that, but it wasn't bad enough to kill my enjoyment of the series. Most alien stuff in Marvel is awful. You compare it to the other street level characters, and it comes across as hokey and infantile by contrast. I'm gonna disagree with you there. I'm hoping Magneto remains, given that how much character we have in the MCU. What do you think? How long this live stream is gonna take? Ooh, well, how long have we been going? They're at like what, 2 hours? How long have I been going? I kind of jumped in an hour into this. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. 100% Hawkeye is too underrated. I absolutely agree. It's, you know what? Hawkeye is gonna gain a lot of replay value over the holiday season. I rewatched it this last Christmas, and it's a great show to watch. It just has that perfect holiday vibe to it. Wanda and Pietro should be recast. I never loved Aaron Taylor Johnson in the role of Pietro, so I would be okay with getting rid of him. But I like Elizabeth Olsen as Wanda. Well, sorry, my chat jumped down. If anybody had a burning question, feel free to throw it back in there. What is the casting for Secret Wars Doomsday? That's what I'm saying. It's been 2 hours already. This shit is never ending. Bro, I went through a whole dentist appointment and it's still going. Hawkeye Season 2 is official. Did you know? I know there's rumors about it being official. I will not believe anything until there's a casting announcement. One thing I want people, I never bring up other channels or anything like that here. But I'm going to point out one that I will suggest everybody avoid because it is the most garbage insider information to exist. My Time to Shine Hello is a terrible, terrible insider. And I think most people are on board with that. But they just blocked me on Twitter recently, so I have some beef with them. Just because I pointed out the fact that they were making up a fake leak and promoting it as being true. And I don't know, I kind of take a lot of I don't know, I have a lot of I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but I just don't I make videos that are to appeal to Marvel fans. But I never like saying something when I know it's not true. And that account just constantly creates the most clickable news headlines with no basis. And I hate that. And the thing is, a lot of people will compare me to My Time to Shine Hello. And I'd like to think I have so much more dig dignity than them. That might come off a little antagonistic, but you know, I don't care, because you can look at their Twitter account and see they have a subscription service, which I don't know who subscribes to that, but they're paying for fake information. Thank you so much for that, the artist. I appreciate that. I try to come across as direct as possible, which is why we have a lot of videos that release each day. But we do that because I don't want to waste anybody's time. I want to talk about the information. I want to talk about our views on the information, and that's all. I don't want to, stretch it out to the 8-minute mark so you get hit with mid-roll ads and stuff like that. Do you think the Void characters and others like Ghost Rider will appear in Doomsday? Same with some X-Men and old Fantastic Four characters. I'm kind of curious what the Void is looking like now that Cassandra Nova is gone, though. So that's kind of where I am. I think, we know that some of those characters were probably returned to their universe, like I think Wesley Snipes' Blade was probably returned. Let's see. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I hope they focus more on the characters who have had more than 2 appearances in the past, so we actually feel like the team up is worth it. This is what I think they're going to do, probably. They're going to pair the heavy hitter characters. They're going to put them in a group of characters that maybe people aren't as familiar with, which I think was kind of the problem with the Marvels, is that they paired Captain Marvel, who only had, if we're being honest, 1 real appearance in Captain Marvel. I don't really count the Endgame appearance because she didn't do much in there. Yeah, that's pretty much that. And they've paired her with 2 other characters who only had one prior appearance, and Nick Fury, which Nick Fury isn't that big of a draw, which we saw with Secret Invasion. Moon Knight, David Lieberman, actors cast, he's the thing. Is there going to be a Loki season 3? Probably not. I think Loki season 2 kind of ended the way it needed to. I need a swordsman show where he just bids on swords. Love that guy. Oh, I need to throw out that video. I almost forgot because this announcement really took it all away. Thank you for reminding me. I have a video coming out right now about swordsman. It's basically just about him in Daredevil yesterday. I am enjoying Daredevil. We are going to do a more in-depth discussion later tonight at 6, so something to look forward to if you wanted to keep going. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing this stream. I could go for quite a while, though. I am really liking Daredevil so far. It's quickly becoming one of my favorite Marvel shows. Ryan Gosling as Danny Ketch. Maybe. Should Moon Knight reappear in Doomsday or in Born Again? I think he could show up in a future season of Born Again, but I think it's going to be a little while. Oh, we got another announcement. Who is this? Is this another Fantastic Four cast member? Kelsey Grammer! What? Beast? What? Are you kidding me? Oh god, wait, what? What? Yeah, they're gonna have to. Oh my god. I'm glad. Wow, everybody's really excited about that one. That was, yeah. If that's in the middle of this casting announcement, who else is about to turn up? What? I'm glad everybody was excited about that next announcement going to be Monica Rambeau. I think they're spacing them out a little bit. That really took me off guard though. Oh, that's great. Imagine being the first chair. Well, the first chair was Hemsworth, which I feel like everybody was pretty on board with him coming back. They really threw out the heavy hitters early though. Like, what are your thoughts on there being a villainous beast? I know there was a script for like a beast centered movie from I think it was like 2015 around then, and it was like kind of a horror movie, and I think it could have worked back then. Now I think they'd have to work their way up to that. I can't believe that was. Oh wow, there's going to be some wild casting announcements then. Can are we going to start switching over from Charlie Cox to Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds after that? Do you think any of the Spider-Man will show up? Uh, Definitely. I mean, 100% Tom Holland's going to show up, but you know what? With the Ant-Man chair being very small, I wonder if they'll do like the Spider-Man chair upside down or something like that. Yeah, that was a big surprise after quite a bit of nothing. Do you think the multiverse saga will end with Wanda resetting everything like a variation of No More Mutants? I think it's possible, but unlikely. If they're gonna announce Elizabeth Olsen here, she's gonna be near the very end. Possibly. They should make Hugh Jackman's chair metal. That would be cool. Odds on Oscar Isaac, I think they're pretty low. Oh, if Toby Maguire shows up, you bet we're gonna hear that Danny Elfman theme. No way would they waste that. Oh my god, I don't. Well, let's see. I feel like we should be keeping track of who they've shown so far. So we've gotten two Fantastic Four. Got Kelsey Grammer. They'll keep some surprise cameos. That is without a doubt. Yeah, they will. Oop. Toby appearing would get people excited. I know so many like non-Marvel fans that would lose their mind if they announced Toby Maguire was showing up in an Avengers movie this early on. They're going to be showing 50 chairs in total. Oof. If we get an Andrew Garfield, it better be a werewolf chair. Well, what if Werewolf by Night gets a chair? He'd have to have a werewolf chair. This is announcing important characters to the movie. Well, Kelsey Grammer being an important character to the movie is very exciting. Really like the idea of that. You know, it makes me wonder, did they ask Nicholas Holt and he was just like, "Oh, I'm kind of playing Lex Luthor right now. I don't know if that works out." Yeah, no, there. I maintain. I agree with you. Yes, these are characters that are going to have a substantial role in the movie. They're not revealing cameos right now, or in the movies, I should say. I think this is probably Doomsday and Secret Wars. Probably leaving the important cast like Tobey Maguire and Ryan Reynolds at the end for sure. I can't wait to watch Doomsday and say, "Oh my god, that Bambo from the Fluppy Poopy universe." If you say that out loud in the theater, I will be looking at you disapprovingly. Don't talk during a movie, even if it's to express excitement. That's what I say. No Pedro Pascal yet. It is weird. Expected him to be after Vanessa Kirby. They're spacing out these announcements. I think that Beast cameo in the post credit scene was the best thing about that movie. You know, I haven't revisited it since it came out, but didn't I didn't actively dislike that movie like a lot of other people did. I think it was a totally fun, just like brief Marvel movie. Just messed around with the camera a little bit. Kendrick Lamar is next. Drake will be the final reveal. Did creators get much of a heads up on this, or did it just drop out of nowhere? This morning I saw there was a rumor that Marvel would be having a big announcement, but it came from somewhere where I was like, this could be true, this could not be true. Then they dropped that live stream, and I was in the middle of editing the video that I'm uploading right now. Made a different video instead because of the announcement, because that's pretty big news. They will definitely announce a big name that's not been in the MCU till now. You think that, like, what kind of prediction do you have there? I'm kind of curious what you think. The Marvels is fine. It's better than the first. And see, I don't even hate that first Captain Marvel movie. I think it's a cool throwback to 90s action movies, which is exactly what it should be. I think that one's fine too. What are the odds Captain Carter will be named? I think they're just doing cast right now. I don't know if they're doing characters fully. So like everybody watching saw Kelsey Grammer and instinctively knew it was Beast. So what if Tom Hiddleston gets in this movie? How's Loki gonna be doing this unless Doom kills him? Uh, I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna have to see. Keanu Reeves Ghost Rider calling it now. That'd be interesting. I'm actually going to take a quick break and run to the bathroom really quick. I will be back in just a couple minutes, though. When I say a couple, I just mean like 1 or 2 minutes. I'm not going to be gone in like 5, 10 minutes. Well, at least I missed, like, one of the... I had to walk away right there. I saw somebody threw in chat, new announcement coming. I walked away. Oh. Lewis Pullman is cool, though. Another Thunderbolts cast member. They should have just called this stream Spoiling the Thunderbolts. It seems like, was that announcement a little bit sooner than the previous? Let's see. Ah, no, it was about right on time. Wonder how this is going to work. Maybe Sentry will not be killed. It's going to be one of those having to convince him to lose the void or something like that. Oh, I took so long because I wanted to get water too. Talking on end like that can... Woo. He's going to turn into a hero in time for Doomsday? Yeah. What's the gap between announcements? I've been saying like between 15 and 10 minutes. 10 you could probably round out to like 12 minutes. Between 15 and 12. Isn't Sentry like really strong, almost Superman level? Is that right? So the thing is, Sentry is kind of like Superman in the Marvel Universe, but we just had Icarus in Eternals too. I do see a direct question for me. Hey X, quick question. Did you see the Daredevil Born Again Season 2 set pics of Matt in the black suit? Also, do you think Daredevil will wear his white suit if he appears in Doomsday, maybe even fight Wolverine? I think it's a possibility. I did see the on-set photos. I've also seen the ones of Karen Page wearing that red wig. Like I said, anything is possible at this point. Until I see Charlie Cox's name up on screen right now, he's not in the movie in my mind. He could be, but not in my mind. I think Sentry could be left for Doom to exploit somehow. I agree. I could see him working for Doom in Secret Wars. Definitely World War Hulk is the prime example of his power. Red Guardian probably going to sacrifice for Yelena. Possibly. Think Patrick Stewart will be announced. I don't know. I think, look, I love Patrick Stewart. Great actor. Think he might be too old to keep doing this. He's 84 right now. He looked that old in Multiverse of Madness. My dream would be Eric Bana. There's a lot of Eric Bana love happening today. Isn't Thunderbolts May 2nd? It is. So yeah, we're like a month away from that. Maybe Sentry appears for the first few minutes and gets killed from Doom like Infinity War. I think it could be a possibility. Anything is possible at this point. We're gonna have to see what Sentry is like in Thunderbolts first. Do you think we'll see Mike Coulter ever again? Was the show he was just working on canceled? Because I think he could turn back up. Yeah, it looks like Evil, the show he was on for the last, 5 years, was just canceled. So yeah, I could see him coming back in Born Again. Where was this back in 2003? I feel like that Hulk movie didn't do terribly at the box office, right? Let's see. We'll take a look at that. 130. Nah, it didn't do great. I think it had the highest opening weekend for a movie at the time, anyways. Oh, wow. All right, let's see. Giant Thing would really hit hard in this movie, seeing him so happy in the 60s only to send him to watch his family forget about him. All the Defenders cast staying the same except for Finn Jones. I think Finn Jones... Look, I hated the Iron Fist series. I didn't like the Defenders. Finn Jones could have worked as Iron Fist. They just needed to give him a better chance. Are there names you think they'll keep quiet, like Andrew or Toby, or now that they've announced Kelsey, everything's on the table? I'm gonna say now that Kelsey Grammer is announced, any like brief appearance characters we've seen so far, totally on the table. Channing Tatum is on the table. What do you think they're gonna make the Captain, Multi-Cosmo Carter, and the Exiles the main characters for Doomsday and Secret Wars and make them the future of the MCU? I don't think so. Absolutely not. There is not enough fan demand for those characters. I think Captain Carter and the Exiles could show up. I don't think they're going to be major players, though. What do you think the big deaths in Doomsday could be? See, I think we need to get closer to the movie before I make a prediction like that. Hemsworth as Thor could die. Imagine the next chair comes out and it reads Nicolas Cage. I would lose my mind. I would legitimately freak out. My Kelsey Grammer reaction. Kelsey Grammer, like, kind of, like, not super exciting, because we already knew he was in these movies. Nicolas Cage showing up as the next one, my mind would be blown. Keanu, next reveal would be crazy. It would be. I think any cast member, any big star like that we wouldn't expect here, would make me lose my mind a little bit. Hemsworth really wants Thor 5. That's true. Do you think Galactus will show up after Fantastic Four, or will he be a one-time wasted villain like Gore, etc.? Also, will Null appear in your opinion, or is he primarily Venom, Sony big bad? Null is most definitely Sony, so I don't think we'll be seeing him appear in a major Avengers crossover. Galactus, if you're familiar with the comics, Galactus is kind of like a... imagine the next chair comes out and it's Rosie O'Donnell. Galactus is kind of like a consistent nuisance for Earth 616. So if he... I don't think he's going to be defeated. I think he'll be defeated in Fantastic Four, but I don't think he's going to be like dead. Or we're going to get a different version of Galactus because that is a different universe to the MCU. What about Gabriel Luna from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? We were talking about that before. I think I really like him as an actor. If he showed up again, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It just means I would have to watch however many seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. there are. Let's see. Since Kelsey's Beast seems to be from 838, we could get Magneto back for the 838 and 616 incursion. I don't think Kelsey Grammer's Beast is from Earth 838. I don't think there's enough evidence to buy into that. I think it's possible, but I feel like they're angling more for that universe that Monica Rambeau went to be the Deadpool Earth, the X-Men Deadpool Earth from Deadpool and Wolverine. Pulls out chair and it reads Professor X. If that happened, it's Boogie 2988 back from his medical emergency. I wonder if the new X-Men will be led by Magneto from the start and Xavier just won't appear. I don't know. Because I feel like X-Men 97 works because it is a continuation. So I don't know if that would work from the start. It's about to get revealed. All right, I do hear some music building up, kind of. So is the incursion between 616 and the X-Men Fox universe caused by Rambeau being there? I think that's a possibility. I think it could be a few different things. The major thing is Doctor Doom's meddling in the multiverse. Could be the 97 universe. I could see that happening. The thing is, the interesting thing that a lot of people gloss over is that the Earth where Hugh Jackman's Wolverine is from has an X-Men and an Avengers. Hold on, I'm trying to hear the music. Uh, who could this be? Oh, okay, Danny Ramirez. Low-key, I was like, Danny DeVito? He's gonna show up? There could be a scene where he hears Charles Xavier's voice expecting a wheelchair only for him to be standing up. Least surprising announcement. Very correct. Kid Falcon. Danny DeVito as Wolverine. No, I feel like the least exciting announcement happened a bit ago. I can't remember what it was, but this is new Falcon. No, I think they're gonna keep him around. He's pretty well liked by fans at this point. Women especially love him. Danny DeVito as Molecule Man. I know we want Charlie, but what about John? Would his Punisher type work in an Avengers movie just based on how he is in the MCU? So that's the thing, is that I talked about it before. I keep bringing it up. The Punisher page from the Secret Wars comic in 2015 is one of the best things that storyline has in it. And it would be such a disservice to not include that in the movie. It would only need to be like a 2-minute long scene, but it works so well. Just like all of the supervillains assembled by Kingpin just to watch the world end together. And the door kicks in and the Punisher shows up holding a gun. Wouldn't be surprised if Red Hulk gets some screen time since Harrison Ford definitely got a multi-movie contract. I think that's a possibility. Danny DeVito is Jeff the Landshark. He's just making like the noises. Well, casting Danny DeVito as Jeff the Landshark is a guaranteed way to make people hate Danny DeVito, honestly. Because Jeff the Landshark, most hated Marvel Rivals character. Invincible is going to be vincing it all over Doom and Secret Wars, so Stephen Yeun is next. He was supposed to be Sentry. He was originally cast, and then they, I think it was the SAG strike. Maybe the TVA comics will somehow be connected. I think they've alluded to that possibility. The one thing we know for sure, though, is that the Wanda Maximoff that we saw captive in the TVA is not the 616 Wanda Maximoff. Do you think Wonder Man will show up in Avengers Doomsday, stealing Wanda from White Vision or something? I think that's a possibility. It depends on how the Wonder Man show goes. I think that's coming out later this year. Plus, I would not say no to Yahya Abdul-Mateen showing up in an Avengers movie. Let's see. When does Wonder Man come out? I think it's supposed to be like December 2025. Yeah, that's the projection. Anna Kendrick as Squirrel Girl? I think the woman they've already casted Squirrel Girl. They did a New Warriors pilot like 7 or 8 years ago, and the actress they cast in that is voicing the character in Marvel Rivals, and I think it would be fine if we saw her carry over into the MCU. What actor that isn't rumored would you think could be announced? That's a good question. So when my prediction that I put in the poll is Hugh Jackman will be announced today. An actor that isn't rumored, though. Hmm. I think it could be. Hmm. That is a really good question. This is difficult though, because like, do you want me to reach outside of the MCU or outside of like Marvel in general? Not Leonardo DiCaprio. They're not getting somebody on there that they're paying more than Robert Downey Jr. that will upstage Robert Downey Jr. Clark Gregg is a good guess. Anna Paquin outside of the MCU, like imagine Ryan Gosling. Okay. I'm trying to think of Kieran Culkin. I would like to see him. I don't think they would go for anybody like that. Maybe like a Bob Odenkirk. I'm trying to think of like Infinity War and Endgame where big name stars were playing smaller roles in it. Like you had Peter Dinklage as Beatree. James Gunn shows up. Hey, I'm back. Did I miss anything? They just show him his tweets and he walks out the door. Howard the Duck deserves his own gritty crime noir show, and hopefully he shows up in Avengers Doomsday. I think the world is ready for a Howard the Duck show. I agree with you. Wait a minute, there's most definitely a Chris Pratt announcement coming. Ain't no way we don't see his name. He's absolutely here. SZA as Storm is an ass casting. I think she's I've only seen her in the one movie, but she's good. We got a montage of heroes reacting Magneto's EMP, most with no lines. Do you think we could get a montage like that in Doomsday? I look, I'm just gonna say I think anything could happen in Doomsday or Secret Wars. I like I in my mind a couple years ago I would have been like, yeah, Spider-Man swinging alongside Giant Man while a Pegasus pulls him, like absolutely not. There's no way that would ever happen on screen. Then it did. I just took the SAT. Who did I miss? Well, let's see. Is anybody putting together a list? Let's see. Doomsday cast list. Oh, okay, Deadline's doing it for me, so I don't have to keep scrolling through. All right, we've got Chris Hemsworth, Anthony Mackie, Sebastian Stan, Vanessa Kirby, Letitia Wright, Paul Rudd, Wyatt Russell, Tinoch Huerta Meja, so Namor, Eben Moss Backrack, Simu Lee, Kelsey Grammer, Florence Pugh, Lewis Pullman, and Danny Ramirez now. Chloe Bennett back as Quake. I think that's a possibility. Stellan Skarsgård as Annihilus. Michael Fassbender. I've seen a few Michael Fassbender polls. I don't know. I think it's possible. Thunderbolts will die. Well, according to this cast list, most of them will be alive by the end of their movie. Pedro Pascal's chair is missing. So is I almost said Johnny Quinn. What's his name? Aiden Quinn? Is that him? Is that a different guy? That's a different guy. Joseph Quinn. Oscar Isaac. I've seen a lot of Oscar Isaac, but I don't think he'll be here. Kendrick Lamar is young Bishop. Announcing Pullman Century highlights the problem Marvel has been having. It's always about the phase end, let the movie come out, and stand on its own before spoiling things. I agree with you. Like, I do feel like maybe they should have waited to do this after the Thunderbolts came out. But I don't think certain characters surviving is that big of a spoiler, honestly. Like we knew a lot of those characters would be. Who's my favorite reveal so far? I'm gonna break it down into two different categories. I think my favorite reveal that I wasn't expecting was Namor. Most surprising was Kelsey Grammer. Since we've had 3 Thunderbolt Rosses in live action, which is your favorite? I don't think William Hurt definitely takes the cake just because he's had the most time in the role, and I think he played it very well. Sam Elliott, he did what he needed to do in that movie. That Hulk movie, from my memory, is kind of ridiculous. Harrison Ford did a fine job. He did everything he needed to in that movie. Who would you pick, Eric Bana or Edward Norton, to be Maestro in Battleworld if they did that? I wouldn't pick either. Well, I also I don't need the legacy casting when it comes to that. I should say. If they got either of those actors, that would be cool. I don't need them, though. But I guess if we're picking between the two, I'd say Eric Bana would be cooler. I'm also glad Danny Ramirez is coming back. Big fan of Top Gun Maverick. They changed Namor so much, but he's so well acted that I really don't mind. They changed him because of Aquaman, though. That's the big reason. I like the changes they made with Namor. When is Beyond the Spider-Verse coming out? We still don't know. Do you think we'll see Black Panther, King, Queen of the Dead storyline play out? I think that's a possibility for a future movie. Will we get anyone from the other Marvel TV shows? I don't know. They haven't confirmed canon status for anything aside from the Netflix shows right now. I'm surprised they haven't shown Tom Holland's chair yet. We haven't had a few heavy hitters chairs yet. Tom Holland, Benedict Cumberbatch. Wait. Trying to hear the music. This is another Fantastic Four cast member. It's Pedro. Pedro or Joseph. Joseph. We saw that coming. Tom Holland's chair is going to be covered in cobwebs. I said that, or it'll be upside down. Do you think we'll see Deadpool and Wolverine in this movie? If you're just getting here, that poll I put up, I said Hugh Jackman or Wolverine will be in this casting announcement, and nobody agrees with me. The only thing people are less likely to agree on is the fact that Eric Bana or Ed Norton will be announced. Imagine if there was 2 chairs for Chris Evans. I really don't want to see a Chris Evans announcement. Do you think during CinemaCon 2025, Sony will release Beyond the Spider-Verse in June 5th, 2026 next to MCU Spider-Man 4? Absolutely not. That would not be a good idea. So we might get to see the Human Torch and Spider-Man friendship on screen. I really hope so. Why do you want Chris Evans back, though? That's him being back defeats the purpose of his retirement at the end of Endgame. Do you think Scarlett Johansson will be seen in Doomsday? No, I think she's done. In a mentor role? No, that's dumb. They need to put some distance between Evans returning, because he was just in Deadpool and Wolverine. Got a question from the man himself, Eckhart's Ladder. What is one Marvel comic arc you would suggest people read that has never been touched by like a really well-known movie or show? That's a good question. I don't think it was handled well, but Secret Invasion, the comic arc, is completely different from the show. I'm gonna have to dig dig deep. There's a few Black Panther runs that I really like. I'm trying to remember the name of the most recent one that I've read. I'd say the Ultimate Spider-Man run is my favorite version of Spider-Man across the board. Oh, A Nation Under Our Feet, the Black Panther run. Really, really great storyline. They will adapt that one day, though. I also, it's been adapted, but the Frank Miller Daredevil Man Without Fear is a great one. Let's see. When is the Born Again episode 5 Q&A? 6 o'clock EST, so what is that? 4 hours from now. What's wrong with the Chris Evans announcement? I just think it's too soon to bring him back. I thought it was too soon for Robert Downey Jr., but, you know, if they're doing Doctor Doom with Robert Downey Jr., I could see them maybe doing something interesting. But Chris Evans just showed up in Deadpool and Wolverine for a quick cameo. It worked there because he wasn't playing Captain America, and it worked for the gag. But bringing him back in a more substantial role just doesn't work yet, in my opinion. I think it could happen in like the next 10 years, but not in this phase of the MCU. Do you think they're not going to show some reveals that play a big part in the movie, but they will want to keep for a surprise? I think that there's potential for that. This seems to be just like a main cast. Like these are the main players of the movie. I know it's not going to happen, but Wilson Bethel, probably not. If he's in it, it's in the Punisher cameo that I'm predicting. Do you think the Defenders will have a role? I think it's possible. If one of the chairs said Tatiana Maslany, would you be against it or not? No, I'm very for it. I want to see more She-Hulk. Avengers vs. X-Men never remotely adapted. I don't love that storyline. I know it's from my least favorite era of X-Men. Astonishing X-Men, the Whedon run. I really like that, but that's technically adapted into X-Men The Last Stand with the mutant cure. Do you think we'll ever see the 2099 characters in live action? Definitely. I still have no idea if Robert Downey Jr. as Doom is some weird version of Tony Stark. They said he's playing Victor Von Doom, so I think he's going to have some Tony Stark elements, but he'll probably mostly just be Victor Von Doom. Thomas Jane as the Punisher? Love to see that. When do you think this will wrap up? I wish I knew. Where's the Samuel Jackson announcement? I didn't see the Secret Invasion show after episode 3. Did he die? No, he shows up in the Marvels. Do you think that every hour big major character, do you think every hour a big character will be released? No, I don't. I hope not. If they waited that long in between. Just arrived what's going on. We're seeing the casting, the cast for Avengers Secret Wars and Doomsday right now. That's what's going on today. Do you think they kill off Tom Holland someday for Miles Morales? I think they'll retire Tom Holland. I don't know if they'll fully kill him off. Eric Bana would blow... I lost the chat. Would blow the internet into implosion. I don't know if it would. I think some people would be really happy. Ben Affleck, absolutely not. Will the characters come in the studio after they show? If anybody is there, it's Robert Downey Jr. Judge Dredd somewhere in the background. Do you think these chairs were shown in order of importance to the plot or were just revealed in a random order? I think it's probably in... it's most likely in a spaced out order based on how expected they are. Like Chris Hemsworth, Anthony Mackie, some of the Fantastic Four cast members, like they're spacing those out. She-Hulk on a movie budget would be great. Agreed. I think they'd make the character model look a lot better, which honestly they should have made that character model for a movie first and then put it over into the TV show, so that way the budget would have been reduced. Let's see. Jared Leto Morbius. I think it would be really cool if Daredevil and Spidey could lead the street level side of things. That would be cool. But are there going to be street level things happening in Doomsday or Secret Wars? we have yet to see. Secret Wars would have the more crazy cameos than Doomsday, probably. They said Tony's death does affect this film. Yeah, I made a video theorizing what that could mean. I wonder if Famke Janssen and James Marsden would appear. I think there's possibility. Potential to be top 3 comic book movies of all time. It's definitely possible. James Marsden, yep. What were your thoughts on Deadpool and Wolverine? I liked it. I saw it a few times in theaters, just with like taking different people to go see it. I really like that movie. Kanye as Red Skull, yeah. I want to see the opposite, She-Hulk with less budget. They just paint her green like Lou Ferrigno. I think Eternals could be redeemed just like they did with Fisk and Daredevil Born Again, so maybe there's a chance they reference it. I'm definitely... I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen an Eternals cast member announced yet. Wish they hadn't wasted Christian Bale. See, he is the highlight of that movie, in my opinion. He's the thing that keeps me from it being like not very good to all right, this is okay. His performance in it brings that movie up for me a little bit. Let's see, where was I? We talk about characters we want to see, but are there characters you just absolutely don't want to see? Looking at you, Captain Carter. See, it doesn't bother me if they bring certain characters in here, just because I think that like they could do something interesting with Captain Carter. I'm not a big Captain Carter hater though. I think she's fine. I just don't think there's much. There's nothing that interesting outside of the what if stuff. Do you think Thor's Slater? I'm sorry. I need to read that fully. Hold on. Do you think that Thor's Slater will be in it because Chris was Thor's daughter? Yeah, probably. Did you like the Eternals movie? Yeah, I thought it was fine. That's my thing with the MCU. Most of the movies, in my opinion, are like fine. Some of them are good. A few of them are great. And 2 or 3 of them are really bad. I think Spider-Man 4 MCU needs to be more delayed to 2027 before Secret Wars, still due to another Tom Holland movie, The Odyssey. I don't think they need to delay it. I think they can do what they need to do with it. I'm fine with whatever characters, I just don't want it to be overstuffed, I agree. Would you like Baymax to appear? I like Baymax. I don't know if he works in the MCU quite yet, though. Werewolf was fire. I would love to see some Werewolf by Night representation in Doomsday or Secret Wars. What do you think about Sonic 3, and are you excited for Sonic 4? I really liked Sonic 3, and I think Sonic 4 could be really cool. Kingo was the highlight for Eternals, though. Let's see it share for Kumail Nanjiani. I'd like that. Really sad we don't have any Eternals yet here. Eternals is one of my favorite Marvel movies. I appreciate the Eternals love. I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad to see a lot of the people liking Eternals. I just thought it was an all right movie. I wasn't expecting it to be like mind blowing though. What's your favorite MCU movie from Phase 4 and 5? Ooh, that's a good question. Let's see. I need to look at a list of the movies. There's too many of them. Might be Guardians 3. What is the episode 6 fight was absolutely fire for oh yeah, Born Again. I really liked episode 5. We got, is this another Black Panther cast member? No. Who could this be? Oh, David Harbour. So I guess that kills somebody's theory that he would die in in Thunderbolts. Let's see though. Favorite Phase 4 or 5 movie? Yeah, it might be Guardians 3. Spider-Man No Way Home, close second. I really liked that movie when it came out. I know a lot of people have problems with it now, but I think it's fun. The movie looks to be really dicey, especially with the Russo Bros record, plus the fact that the storyline is so vast in the comics, so there's definitely going to be people disappointed by this movie regardless. So I think the thing is, the storyline of Secret Wars is pretty streamlined if you look at the main comic issues. There are just a lot of spin-off storylines that happen in that same time period. I appreciate the fact you're taking the time to address most, if not all, of the comments. I'm trying. It keeps the conversation a lot more interesting than me just sitting in silence in between different casting announcements. What is your opinion on them considering mixing live action and animated characters like Who Framed Roger Rabbit? If it's the Spider-Verse characters, I think it works. If it's the What If characters and their animation style, I think that would look terrible. The Shrek reference in She-Hulk show was so unexpected. Imagine if we saw a live-action Shrek remake with Tatiana Maslany as Shrek in the same motion capture tech as She-Hulk. That would be something. Toby, Baymax. Yeah, I heard those drums and I was like, this isn't. I could tell immediately it wasn't the Danny Elfman score. Haven't watched Eternals. Do you think I should? I really haven't heard anything about it. I think it's a totally fine movie. A lot of people seem to like it, though. Taskmaster is cooked. I think that or Taskmaster could be a villain in Thunderbolts. What's your opinion? Oh, I just answered that one. We got to get Ben Schwartz in the MCU at some point because how his portrayal is great. Yeah, I like it. Taskmaster isn't going to show up. Probably not. I don't think she dies in Thunderbolts, though. I think she is going to be... She's going to do a heel turn. She's going to become a villain. Black Bolt, possibly? I don't know. Guys, should I ditch class to finish the stream? I wouldn't. No, just stick with the class. You're missing 5 announcements over the course of an hour. X, after White Vision confirming Ultron, you think we'll see Ultron army bots either on the side of the good guys or like on the side of Doom? Ultron doesn't really play a role in Secret Wars from my memory, so I also don't think we're going to be getting Vision Quest until after Secret Wars, probably. I don't even know if they have an announced... Oh, no, it is going to be before, so I think there's a possibility. Do you think Spider-Man Noir will appear? Probably not. Do you think if they stayed with Kang and recasted him, could Kang Dynasty have worked? I just feel like they're pivoting towards Doom due to Jonathan Majors' controversy. I think it's a combination of the controversy and the fact that Quantumania didn't really work. That's one of my lower tier Marvel movies, which sucks because I really like Ant-Man and I liked Ant-Man and the Wasp quite a bit. Your most hyped movie of 2025? Ooh, that's a good question. It's might be Superman. I'm really excited for that new Superman movie. Not me waiting for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. cast. You might be waiting a really long time for that. These are the names of who didn't sign a new contract. Yeah, what if these were just all the names of people that aren't appearing in the movie? Wasn't there leaked images of a female Ultron? Yeah, there's the Bride of Ultron, Quintessa, I want to say. Might be the name. I may be wrong. No, I'm thinking of Transformers. What's her name? Jocasta. Okay. They both end with A sounds and they're women robots. Oh. Do you know anything about the Sony Disney Plus Netflix multi-year streaming deal back in 2021? Let me answer that. I just need to adjust something really quick. All right. Do you know anything about the Sony Disney Plus Netflix multi-year streaming deal back in 2021? If Beyond the Spider-Verse doesn't release in 2026, since Sony delays movies indefinitely, they need to renew the deal with them. They could do that, or they could possibly put another movie in its place. I remember there was a rumor that they were looking at recasting King with Coleman Domingo. I want to see him as Norman Osborn, though. I'm gonna be real. I really like Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, and he's a big part of that. Would you be okay with them recasting the original 5 Avengers after Secret Wars, or should they leave that alone? It's inevitable that they're gonna have to do that, but wait quite a while beforehand. Crazy theory, it's a fake out announcement for Thunderbolts characters, and they all die in the end, because if not, my excitement for the movie will plummet deeply. Interesting. Tom Hardy confirmed. If Tom Hardy showed up, that would be, he doesn't have the Venom symbiote anymore, but I wouldn't be against him. I like Tom Hardy as an actor. Imagine if Secret Wars ends with them merging DCU, MCU, and the boys into, oh god, what a mess. Why do you think we haven't gotten any references of Doom in the MCU so far? Do you think they came up with the idea in the last minute as an emergency? I think Doom has always been part of a plan. I think they were probably going to pivot from Kang to Doom in between Kang's Dynasty and Secret Wars. And I think the main reason we haven't really seen any references is because he's going to be a multiversal threat. He's going to be a version of the character from a different universe. I'm the one who's on the stream and telling all my friends about who's cast. Should I lie and say something crazy? And if so, who? I'd go crazy, but not unbelievable. Which Tom is revealed first? Definitely Tom Holland. Do you think the MCU should fully reboot or go soft reboot after Secret Wars? Soft reboot is where I'm at. Where am I? I'm in New York. You think Spider-Man will show up in Daredevil Born Again Season 2? I don't, because of the Sony Marvel deal. He can't appear in live-action television, and animated television has to be under 30 minutes, I believe. What is your craziest MCU hot take? All right, this is a theory I've had for like probably 10 years. No, a little bit less than that because the movie's not that old. I'm suggesting that the original iteration of Ultron was created by Hank Pym before Tony Stark got his hands on the Loki scepter. That Hank Pym had something to do with the early creations of AI. Is that a hot enough take for you? Maybe they should have Tom team up with all the Toms in the MCU. Red Hulk, possibly. Yeah, we could see that. We could see a Harrison Ford announcement. 3 shares for... That's a good one. Do you think Avengers Secret Wars should end like CW Crisis on Infinite Earths, where all universes get stitched together? No, I don't think that's what we'll see here, because that is more of a DC thing, is to be like, the multiverse doesn't exist, there's only one, and we've combined them all. I do think we are going to get a new universe comprised of like the MCU, the Fox X-Men, the Fantastic Four, maybe some of the Spider-Man. We'll see. What if the symbiote piece from No Way Home is revealed again and Eddie from the Sony-verse gets trapped there again and the piece, and then boom, Venom's back? Oh, that would be a really disappointing part of... I don't know. I don't really like the Venom movies because I think Tom Hardy is a great Venom. I just don't like the characterization that much. This is actually the Diddy list. Wow. Based on the set leaks, do you think Daredevil Born Again Season 1 will end with Kingpin telling everyone Matt's identity? I think that's a possibility. As soon as he knows he's acting as Daredevil again, he's going to do anything to kind of ruin his life. Who do you think Muse is? I don't think Muse will actually have an alias. That's my big hot take. Since Spider-Man won't appear in Daredevil Born Again Season 2, do you think they'll make a film post-Secret Wars on Devil's Reign with all the street-level heroes starring Daredevil and Spider-Man? I hope so. I would really like to see that. I don't know how likely it is, though. Oh. Get a new cast member. This is for both Doomsday and Secret Wars, I believe. They're shooting back-to-back, so... Or simultaneously, anyways. Okay. That's exactly who I thought it was going to be. I'm glad he's back. I'm sorry, I'm catching up on chat right now. Imagine if Sonic shows up in the movie, Doom kills Sonic's friend, Sonic gets pissed and tries to kill Doom. That would be crazy. This is M'Baku. You guys don't know Winston Duke? He was in Us. This has been disappointing so far. I think there are a couple the thing is we're going through the cast though. How many eyes is Doctor Strange going to have? At least 2 probably. I don't know, maybe they'll up him to 4 though. If he wears glasses, would he have 5 though? Yeah, he had that Tien Shinhan third eye. Do you think that Winston Duke is going to lead as King of Wakanda? Is that is how Wakanda Forever ends? I think he could. I hope Doctor Strange uses Final Flash. What are your thoughts on the Illuminati being teased at the end of Captain America 4, according to the director, and who would you put on the team, given who's in the MCU right now? I don't want an Illuminati made up of MCU characters, because it would be like, what? Namor is reclusive right now. The mutants don't really exist. Doctor Strange probably wouldn't want any part of the Illuminati after having to deal with them. The Inhumans are barely involved in anything. And Fantastic Four are in another universe. So it's like, who could we have as Illuminati members with current... The title for Doomsday just got changed. I legitimately was like, oh no, because they announced the Doomsday production on Twitter and not in this video. This has been disappointing so far. If they were revealing this cast and not the hyping cameos, they should have released it all at once, not making us wait every 10 minutes for M'Baku. You have to look at it though, like, this is building hype for a movie that didn't have the same level of hype going into it as Infinity War, though. You have to look at this all as a marketing tactic. For hardcore fans, you're glued to your phone right now, waiting for the next casting announcement. You're getting hyped. And when you hit those lows, like, oh, okay, I knew M'Baku was going to be in this movie. I knew Sam Wilson was going to be in this movie. The Fantastic Four, whatever. And then it will kick it back up a notch when they announce somebody like Kelsey Grammer. And you have to think, like, people are at work right now. They're in school. If they dropped everything at once, it would be like, oh, cool. Continue on with their day. They're carrying it on. Yeah, I agree. They don't need the 10-minute wait. Unless they're built... If there was some kind of countdown, Yeah, it gets it to trend on Twitter all day. That's kind of what I'm going for. This is going to continue the hype for the movie. You're going to remember the day that they announced all of the cast members across a couple of hours. Does this mean Doomsday won't be delayed? They announced production started today. Do I think the concept art was fake? No, I think the concept art was real. And when the Russo brothers said that it's not their concept art, it's not concept art that they actively created. I think there was some misdirection there. Because that was from a real Marvel concept artist. Do you think any street level characters will appear in this film? I think it's a possibility. Do you think they'll bring back dead or retired characters if there is a soft reboot? It depends on the character right now. I think, like, how we got Gamora back, it would have to be on some level like that. It couldn't be like, oh, and Steve Rogers is just back again. I think they will wait until after Secret Wars to do a Secret Empire storyline, though. Who do you think will voice Amy and Metal Sonic in Sonic 4? I don't know about Metal Sonic, but Jenny Slate as Amy is the best choice. Jenny Slate would be a great Amy. What do you think about the upcoming Ironheart show, considering the learning that Agatha all along gave us about not judging any show prematurely? I'm looking forward to Ironheart. That's my main philosophy with Marvel TV shows in general, is to not judge something prematurely, because they could make something really great. And I think the same applies to any franchise, any genre that releases. If I was less excited for WandaVision compared to Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I liked WandaVision more than Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So that's the whole thing. Yeah, please don't spam the chat. I will read your comment, but definitely don't spam the chat. I'm gonna get to some earlier ones first, though. How would you introduce the X-Men now in the MCU, especially with it already being like 2027 in the MCU and the Holocaust playing a huge part in Magneto's backstory? Well, they're gonna have to figure out how to make Magneto like age slower than most people or something like that. That's how they're gonna have to deal with it. But I do think that the way they're going to merge it is that the Fox X-Men universe is going to combine with the MCU. Who do you think Sadie Sink will play in Spider-Man 4? I think I want her to be Kitty Pryde, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't want her to be a Mary Jane variant, though. That's the one character I don't want her to be. Do you think they're going to butcher another council of Reeds in Doomsday? I think it's possible. I'm not entirely sure, though. If Daredevil is in here, what is he doing against Doctor Doom? See, he wouldn't be fighting Doctor Doom directly, though. I mean, like, if you really think about it, Hawkeye fought in the battle for Earth. Hawkeye's an archer. What kind of role do you think Chris Evans will have when he returns, since he's old now and can't do anything? They're going to do the Secret Empire storyline from post Secret Wars. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think Hugh Jackman would... 10. He's going to come back. You know what's crazy? This may intrude into X other stream. I heard this may last till 4 p.m. or Central. Again, just a rumor from what I saw on Reddit. It's very possible this could just run into the next stream. I'm prepped for it, though. Where Armor Wars first was a show, then a film. Is it canceled now? Did it become the Ironheart show? No, Armor Wars is something separate from Ironheart. It's currently a movie. Definitely going to be post-Secret Wars, though. I think it's a shame we haven't seen it yet. Agatha's show was always going to be fire. Catherine Hahn is amazing. Yeah, that was a show I was like, you know what, I could do with or without this, but then when it came out, I was surprised how great it was. Wanda and Vision was the only second to Loki. I prefer Hawkeye. That is my favorite Marvel show that's released on Disney Plus so far. I apologize if I'm missing any of these, by the way. I will say don't spam the chat, but if I didn't read your question and I'm way down the list, though, feel free to throw it back in there. Does anybody know the budget for Doomsday yet? I'm willing to bet it's in the 400 million range. Just due to the cast we've seen so far, the directors involved. I know this is a new team, but these characters are boring. I think some of them are cool. Like, I like seeing Namor back. Need to see. New Captain America's. It's fine. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's just fine. Do you think getting mostly Phase 4 to 5 characters is a mistake, given how many of these movies flopped and drummed up no momentum? I don't think there's a big issue with them turning up, because I think there's enough draw from, like, a Robert Downey Jr. coming back, or Chris Hemsworth. You know, I think there are still the main players in the MCU that are going to carry this. Can you see Chris Evans come back as another Nomad variant? No, we got as much of Nomad as we needed to see in Infinity War. Should the MCU shows, aside from Daredevil, do you think they should have been movies for Disney Plus? I think some of them work as 6-part shows. Some of them would have worked better as movies. I think Loki, for example, worked better as a show. She-Hulk worked better as a show. Hawkeye worked better as a show, honestly. Did I see the new logo for Doomsday? I didn't know there was a new logo. Isn't this just the same one from Comic-Con? Am I wrong in saying that? I mean, the font is a little bit less green, but yeah. I wouldn't hate Chris Evans coming back as Old Man Cap. Yeah, that would be... I think it's just too early. You and Eckhart's Ladder sound similar. I've heard that before. New trailer for Superman drops alongside IMAX screenings of Minecraft. Good to know. Namor is awesome. Isn't CinemaCon next week, too? Namor is awesome. Agreed. Do you think Robert Downey Jr.'s Doom will be connected to the Tony Stark? Dr. Doom's face is supposed to be unrecognizable. I think he'll be connected, but not in the way a lot of people are assuming. What are your thoughts on the Watcher cameo in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man? Yeah, it makes sense in the context of that universe. People always talk about who they want to return in Doomsday, but who don't you want to return? Chris Evans. I don't think he needs to return in this movie. Logo is almost the same. I thought it was the same, but it isn't. Do you think Battleworld and Secret Wars, Hugh Jackman will finally fight the Hulk? Oh, it's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. Do you think Goku is going to show up in the post-credit scene for Doomsday? Are we talking about a Justin Chatwin Goku, or do we want to see like an animated character pop up on screen? Rank the 3 shows you just mentioned based on preference. You ranked them for me: Hawkeye, Daredevil, Born Again, and Loki. That's kind of where I'm at. Footage of Superman supposedly only in the Thailand market ahead of Minecraft. I think we're going to get a CinemaCon trailer, though. How will the Kang storyline get wrapped up? I think they'll just probably have Doom kill them all off screen, kind of similar to whatever the planet was from Guardians of the Galaxy that they just kind of gloss over in Infinity War. I also want a new Hulk movie, but apparently the reason we haven't gotten one is because Universal is just like not playing nice with the rights. But if you want to see like a more savage version of the Hulk that harkens back to like early MCU's, Brave New World kind of gives you that with the Red Hulk. Thoughts on why the next one has taken 18 minutes so far to release? Has it been that long? This might be a big one. If it's Tom Holland, though, I mean, like, we just expect that at this point. So, yeah, like, Tom Holland, Chris Pratt, Emin Vellani, Hugh Jackman's got to be one of these cast members. Maybe it's just going to be Robert Downey Jr. sitting down, and then he's going to read out the rest of the cast. I haven't looked at the chat on the main stream in a while. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, Pedro Pascal also hasn't shown up yet. Oh, okay. Is this another Thunderbolts character? Oh, okay, yeah, it's Ghost. Another Thunderbolt confirmed to be alive at the end of that movie. Honestly, don't mind it. Another trash character. And come on, like I think she had a cool role in Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'm glad we're seeing more of this character because Ghost is a really cool character. Is that all the Thunderbolts bar Taskmaster? Are we counting? Are we counting Julia Louis-Dreyfus? Yes, it is. No, she's Ghost. Well, hey, you know what? That kind of makes me a little bit more excited for Thunderbolts. I feel like it's just not somebody as big as Ghost Rider. People are just gonna complain every time that it's another trash character. Like, come on. I agree with you. I will say, like, I don't think there's such thing. There aren't characters in the Marvel universe that I'm like, this is instinctively a bad character. This is a bad announcement. Because it all depends on how they're going to be written in the movie. What are your thoughts on rumors of animated characters? I've answered this a couple times. I like the idea if it's Spider-Verse characters with a specific art style. If it's the What If characters and their art style, I think that would be terrible. People want big hitters and then complain when... The thing is, every casting announcement can't be a heavy hitter. Do I think they'll bring up Kang at all during the movie? Yeah, I think Scott Lang's got to mention it at some point. I personally think that Thor 4 and She-Hulk were the only bad Marvel projects, and even those had some decent moments. You know what? While we wait, let's bring up a tier list. I'll do an MCU tier list right now. Because I feel like a few people have been asking my thoughts on the MCU in general, and every time I kind of have to roll back. Do you think She-Hulk will be... Yeah, she'll be here. Marvel Cinematic. Should I just do every Marvel movie? All Marvel media, movies, one-shots, TV, non-MCU included. Alright. I guess I'll do this. Do I think we'd get clone commandos in Doomsday? Ooh. That could be cool. Do MCU movies after Phase 4. Look, I will do all Marvel property, all Marvel media, movies, one-shots, TV. I don't know when this tier list is from. Oh, last modified 2023, so it's missing some things. Maybe I just do Marvel Cinematic Universe. Nope, all these tier lists are just terrible. Oh yeah. I won't get rid of the live stream. I'll make it a little bit smaller. Maybe even just like put the main. Wow, tier list or tiermaker.com does not have a great MCU tier list. All of it is missing. We're missing things. Is Scar gonna be in it? Probably. See Scarlett Johansson again? I agree with that. In Vanessa Kirby's name, they teased RB Silva, which was the artist. All right, please don't spam the chat though. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. Just try not to spam the chat. Thank you for cleaning that up. Whoever took care of that. Kate Bishop could be announced next. That's true. Marvel reveals it's Olga something. She was in Quantum of Solace. Olga Kurilenko. Don't take the info. That is literally the whole reason. Which character in Rivals, but not the MCU, would you like to see most? I need to look at a Marvel Rivals character list really quick. Because the only two I can think of that aren't in the MCU are Squirrel Girl and Jeff the Land Shark. Let's see. Penny Parker. I'm not counting Fox X-Men characters too. Human Torch, Iron Fist, counts. Yeah, I guess it by default it's got to be Squirrel Girl. Rocket Raccoon has not been confirmed yet. Popular is, let's go recent. Marvel shows tier list, Marvel Rivals, Marvel Rivals, Marvel Rivals. Marvel non-MCU. Sonic 4 is my second most anticipated movie of 2027. And, I'm assuming Secret Wars #1. You know what? I'll do this one, and I'll just add anything that's missing. That's what we'll do here. Let me get this set up. Window capture. We got another $5 donation from Jude Lehman. My top two Disney Plus shows: Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Sorry, let me fix this for you. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, She-Hulk, least favorite Secret Invasion, Echo, favorite MCU movie, Winter Soldier, least favorite Iron Man 3. Good selections right there. I'm pro. I am a She-Hulk defender. I really liked the show while it was airing. All right, now I can move this up a little bit. All right. And let me get rid of these ads. All right. So I'll focus on the actual, like, tier list part of this, so... And can I make a new row? I'll just make this one haven't watched, don't remember. Oh, cool. Thank you so much for that other donation. I'm serious, give me a chance to be your editor. I edit all of my own videos. I appreciate the desire to edit, though. Thank you so much for the donation, though. I really appreciate that. What do you think about Taskmaster almost certainly dying in Thunderbolts? I think, look, my theory... Oh, we got another announcement. Oh, Tom Hiddleston. Is it Tom Hiddleston? Could it just be... Maybe it's Owen Wilson. Tom Hiddleston. All right. That... You know what? I was kind of like, I don't think he'll appear, but I'm not against it. All right, we'll start from top of this list. First thing, original recipe Spider-Man. That's gonna have to go AT. Oh, I need to move this down. Original recipe Spider-Man is you know what? It's A, but it might actually, if we're talking about it compared to Spider-Man 2, though, which is our next movie, I'd put Spider-Man 2 above Spider-Man 1. Are there any objections to that? I feel like that's a pretty common opinion right there, that Spider-Man 2 is better. Look, I'm gonna save S tier. I'm gonna decide at the end what belongs there. Only one movie will go in S tier. But I'd say Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 edges Spider-Man 1 out a little bit for me. If I'm being honest. It might end up S tier. But we also have Spider-Man 3 here, which I know, look, I know it gets a lot of love from people now. A lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for Spider-Man 3. It doesn't hit me, though. I don't really like it. I'm going to have to drop it down to a D. We also don't have an F tier. Kind of F. Make a one above all there. Okay, so I could have S tier movies, and then there's like my absolute favorite. Is that what we're suggesting? Well, because our next movie is The Amazing Spider-Man, which I maintain is an okay movie, but it was unnecessary when it came out. So, right above Spider-Man 3. Okay, all right. So I'll do that. Oh, what color do I make it? Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I hate the way this website works. Best. All right, do that instead. All right, let's see. I'm just gonna catch up on chat really quick. To destroy the multiverse, you're gonna have to deal with the person who is holding it all together. That's very true. Put any Tom Holland movie below F. I don't agree with that, though. Because I would say Amazing Spider-Man 2 would fall right behind Spider-Man 3, D tier. But now we're getting into one of my all-time all-time favorite Marvel movies, which I don't know. I think I'm about to hear some opinions on this because I'm about to throw it above Spider-Man 2, which is X-Men First Class. Which, you know what? Since we're doing that best tier, we're going to throw those. All right, First Class, Spider-Man 2, S tier movies. First Class is my favorite X-Men movie. And coming out right after that is one of my least favorite X-Men movies, Origins Wolverine, which we're just going to drop it on F tier. I feel like I don't have to justify that opinion that much. Original Recipe X-Men. Just rewatched it again recently. I think that is a B tier movie for me. I think it started what they were doing. First Class is good, but screw what they did to Darwin. I think Darwin and the Beast prosthetics do not look good in that movie. And then we have X2, which that bounces between A and S tier for me because I did just rewatch that again too. But A tier ahead of Original Recipe Spider-Man is what I'll have to say, because you know what, it's a great movie, despite not having a director. We then have X-Men: The Last Stand, which I don't hate this movie. I don't love it either, though. Behind Amazing Spider-Man, I'd say. Ahead of Spider-Man 3, behind Amazing Spider-Man. D? You know what? I might agree with you. I haven't seen it in a really long time, but off the top of my mind, though, like, Dark Phoenix is a much worse movie, in my opinion, and it tells the same story. But yeah, you know, you're right. D tier makes more sense. Yeah, that is why I have F tier. How about Charlie Cox, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, showing up in the chair? I think that's our most... Oh no, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield is now at the top of the poll with 807 votes. Let's go. We have The Consultant, which, I mean, for most of the one-shots, I mean, they're all fine, but I don't want to clog up the list with them. Are we cool if we just throw that and don't remember? I like it, but is it worth filling up my tier list right there? Ben Affleck's Daredevil will not be showing up. Ben Affleck just talked about how much he doesn't want to play superhero ever again. Next up we have the Wolverine, though, which I'd say falls into C tier above Amazing Spider-Man for me. We have X-Men Days of Future Past, another solid X-Men movie that is directed by nobody. Yeah, I feel like the Wolverine is pretty C tier. It really, it's a great setup. It's a great concept for a movie, but it falls apart in the end. Days of Future Past, I feel confident putting it in B tier. I think that movie loses a lot of steam midway through also. Item 47, I'm also just going to throw it in. Don't remember, haven't watched yet. X-Men Apocalypse, though. I can't tell you a single notable thing that happened in this movie aside from at the end they all just blast Apocalypse with their abilities. And yeah, you know, D tier right above Last Stand. I just don't think there's a lot really memorable or great about Apocalypse, though. We then have the first Deadpool movie, which I feel like Comfortably between original X-Men and Spider-Man, but does it deserve A tier? Or, I'm gonna throw it in B simply because I like Deadpool 2 more. Next up we have Dark Phoenix, which is just gonna go directly in F. I can't remember a single thing about that movie too, aside from there's a train that spins at the end of it. I'm gonna try and keep it to like one character or team uh per letter grade, but that there's more movies than I thought about here. So Dark Phoenix is peak. I don't know about that. How long has it been since the Tom Hiddleston reveal, though? Does anybody want a rush? Are you still in chat right now? You should set a timer every time there's been a reveal, and I'll just switch over to focusing on that when I'm in between. Can you find out how long it's been since the Tom Hiddleston reveal? Let me know when we're like 14 minutes away. 5 minutes till next reveal. Thank you so much for keeping track of that. Deadpool 2. Not S tier. That's A tier behind Spider-Man. Yeah, that Tom Hiddleston reveal was good. I agree. Logan. It falls somewhere between S and A for me. Yeah, the Loki theme is pretty good. I'd agree with A tier. I like Logan. I love Logan even. But I am gonna try to save S for like. I'm just saving S for. I already have an X-Men movie up there. I want to try and make it one team or character in S tier. I don't want to put everything in there. They're signing contracts between reveals. All of the Blade movies I'm gonna throw down into haven't watched, don't remember. It's been way too long since I've seen those. Fantastic Four, I'm throwing both of those in D tier also because I also don't care about those movies from that era. Ghost Rider, throwing in haven't watched, don't remember because I legitimately don't remember the movie. You better put that in S. Which one are we talking about right now? I wish I liked the original Fantastic Four movies. Look, I have great memories of loving them at the time, but the thing is, they just haven't aged well. How can I not remember Johnny Blaze? Because they're bad movies. The first Venom movie. I'm gonna make some Venom fans really mad here. That is a, yeah, better than the Fantastic Four movies from the mid 2000s. Worse than Amazing Spider-Man 2. Venom 2, I don't mind though, and I'll throw that. Oh, we got another reveal. Oh my God, X-Men! What? Who is this about to be? It's gonna be Hugh Jackman. Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart. And now the chat will go crazy because you know what? Call me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Throw it right in my face. I said he was probably too old. Oh, the music kicking in was too perfect. Oh wow. What's he gonna do? Search for the nearest pharmacy? Oh, this is definitely going to be the most expensive movie of all time. Let's go back to tier listing. We have Morbius, which are there anybody? Is there anybody here who would be against Morbius going in F tier? This is my list, but I want to get some input. Or are we feeling more like a light D tier right above Venom? No, I did have a really fun time watching Morbius. I'm putting it above X-Men Origins and Dark Phoenix. But next we have Fan Four Stick, which bottom of F tier. I was so looking forward to seeing that movie, and it was just not good. Not. It was so. There's a good movie in there, but it's bad. Next up we have Man Thing, which I remember watching once on Sci-Fi when I was like, I don't know, I must have been like 12 or 13 or something. But so it's just going right into haven't watched, don't remember. Next up though, we have the Ben Affleck Daredevil. Where is this gonna go on the list though? I rewatched it not that long ago. F tier. You think that's where it's gonna go? I kind of like it. Yeah, the Man Thing movie was like a made-for-TV movie. All right, you know what? It goes in C tier behind the first Amazing Spider-Man movie. I kind of like that movie. I know the Daredevil series. Yeah. Please refrain from spamming the chat, please. The director's cut is better, but you know what? I have a lot of fond memories of watching Daredevil when I was younger, and that place has a soft spot in my heart. Next up, we have Iron Man 3, which I don't know why this is above all the other Iron Man movies. This is a weird placement. I like Iron Man 3. I know that's something a lot of people will disagree with, but I think it's the second best Iron Man movie. Which one is better than? Which one is worse than? We'll find out in a bit. But for me, it's like a C tier. Wait, yeah. What do you mean 1 minute till next reveal? It's been like it was 15 minutes. Oh, I see a caravan of garbage watcher in the chat. Man Thing does have Rodney. Oh, I missed the guy who shouts Rodney. 15. Is it me or does this look like 200 million spent solely on the cast? That's exactly what it is, though. Next up we have Hulk 2003, which, you know, I'll come back to in the future, but right now I'm gonna put it in. Don't remember because it's been well over a decade since I've seen the movie. But I'll come back after I watch it. See, this is where I run into problems with putting Spider-Man 2 in S tier, because now I have Into the Spider-Verse. That might be... Alright, high A tier. High A tier. All the one-shots I'm throwing into Haven't Watched, Don't Remember. We have Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. going in there. Into the Spider-Verse is amazing, but I'm trying to keep S tier solely, like, just one character or team per entry. See, I like Into the Spider-Verse more than Across the Spider-Verse. Thor: The Dark World is a D tier movie, but I'd say it's better than, like, X-Men Apocalypse. Captain America: Winter Soldier, S tier. Yeah, this is a tier list for all Marvel media, movies, one-shots, TV, non-MCU included. 2023 is the cutoff, though, so I'm going to have to add a couple things to it. Rodney needs his own spin-off movie with a $5 budget. It's just that one guy searching for Rodney. If you haven't seen it, look up the clip Man-Thing compilation of the guy who yells Rodney. Rodney doesn't need a spin-off movie. It's the guy who yells for Rodney. Yeah. Malekith was wasted, just like the God Butcher. Yeah, I don't think there's much. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2, gonna have to throw that into Haven't Watched, Don't Remember. Guardians Volume 2 is an A-tier movie for me. Behind Logan, ahead of X2. They're gonna have $5 left to make this movie. It's Disney, they can afford it. First Avenger, be ahead of Deadpool. Look, I'm having a hard time deciding if I want to put Spider-Verse as A or S tier. Thor: The Dark World isn't even that bad. I agree. My D tier is mostly like, it's where movies start to get worse. I think it's one of the least remarkable Marvel movies. Do I even bother placing I Am Groot? Can I get a consensus on that? No. I saw one no. Anybody else? Anybody else want to chime in on that? Place it in the haven't watched? Yeah, I have watched it, but it accidentally went into B tier. There is no Rodney. Is this... I think Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is on here twice. This is supposed to be 1, which I'll give a low A tier. I mean, because they use the artwork for Volume 2 in 2 different photos. So we are gonna say that. Hold on, that's 1. Nope, that's 2. Ooh, there's some Spider-Man discourse happening in chat right now. Daredevil Season 1, A tier. That's an A tier for me. Behind Logan, ahead of Guardians. Are these... Because I'm running out of things, and I feel like there's a lot more here. I can't tell if some of these are... Look, the thing is, Season 3 is S tier. That's why I have to... I can't put 2 Daredevil shows on S tier. That's the thing. I'm just trying to create some restrictions, so it's not just like S tier, S tier, S tier. Jessica Jones Season 1, I'd put that right alongside Daredevil Season 1. Hi, Kumar. Kind of a stupid restriction. I'm just trying to make it so I'm not, like, just throwing out good. There are movies here I really, really like. I need it to be at least a little balanced. Otherwise, my C tier would be like really small. My A tier would be super long. My B tier would be completely forgotten about. Age of Ultron is a C tier movie, but would I put it above or behind Wolverine? I'm trying to decide if I like it more or less than Iron Man 3 too, though. I've probably seen Age of Ultron more. So, yeah. Next name predictions, I'm just going to keep saying Benedict Cumberbatch. He's going to be one of these. Or Pedro Pascal, Tom Holland, Aman Vellani, Tatiana Maslany. Anybody I'm forgetting? Hugh Jackman. This is the webisodes. This is the Agent Carter one shot, not the show. Season 2 of Daredevil is a low B tier for me. Oh yeah, Brie Larson, we're missing her too. All right, 3 minutes out from the next reveal, I'm going to just kind of speed run through some of these. Ant-Man is a yeah, between X-Men and Days of Future Past. Oh yeah, we're missing Jeremy Renner, Haley Steinfeld, Benedict. Well, we haven't even seen Benedict Cumberbatch yet. Agents of Shield season 3 haven't watched. Luke Cage, behind Daredevil season 2. I liked it, but I didn't love it. This is more of the webisode. Civil War. I really like some parts of Civil War, but not others. I'll give it a low. We're starting to not be able to see the A tiers. I'm gonna give it a low A tier. Right behind Guardians 1. Black Widow. I like Black Widow. It's not my favorite. So this is the last one I'm gonna rank before the next announcement. Black Widow probably behind Ant-Man. Rush is a pretty top tier MCU character. I don't get the hate for Black Widow. What is this? Ian McKellen. What? Whoa. They're about to get a nursing home. Not even a Fassbender. They went straight to Ian McKellen. Is my Hugh Jackman prediction looking a little bit more likely now? Can I see the polls change in my favor? No? Yeah, I kind of... That's the thing, I said this. I said that they were going to merge the Fox X-Men universe and the MCU, and this seems like confirmation that that's exactly what's happening. I texted my dad, who's a pretty big fan of those earlier X-Men movies. He's kind of into the MCU. But I texted him saying they're back with Kelsey Grammer, Patrick Stewart, and Ian McKellen. And he goes, I don't believe that. Where are you getting this information from? James needs to be here. Do they need him with they've got Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen already. As much as I love James McAvoy, you just saw it. I put First Class as S tier. Young X and Young Eric need to be here. I don't think they need to be, though. James Marsden and Halle Berry do have a higher chance of happening. You know what? It's kind of wild that now the pattern has been changed up a little bit. Professor X and Magneto back to back. This is gonna be a wild movie. All right. Let's go back to the tier list. Do you think this is the cast for just Doomsday or both movies? I'm assuming it's for both. I'm willing to bet that all of these characters are 100% going to be in Doomsday, and anybody they leave out is going to be in Secret Wars. We have the first Black Panther, which I like the movie. I think it's a solid Marvel movie. I'd put it above the first X-Men, behind the first Deadpool. Iron Fist is F tier. It's probably the best thing in F tier right now, so. Do you think any of the 2005 versions of Fantastic Four cast will return besides Chris Evans? I think he kind of implies that the rest of them are dead. Are you at all concerned about them balancing all these characters, though? Not really. I think... I mean, you have to look at Avengers Endgame. Like, they managed the balance well enough, or even Infinity War. Both of those movies balanced characters really well. And some of these characters don't need to have as big of a role as others. Inhumans, I haven't watched. Going right down there. This might be where chat gets a little annoyed with me with my next decision. And you have to keep in mind, I put Daredevil as C tier. But I really like this movie, so you just have to deal with it. Spider-Man Homecoming is going it's going behind Guardians Volume 2 and ahead of X2. I really like I like the way they handle Spider-Man in that story. I knew that was going to be the point where I lost some people. Sad to think that in all likelihood this will be Ian McKellen's last outing as Magneto. Well, it's not that sad to think about when his actual last outing as Magneto was over 11 years ago. But they handle it better with the Marvel Animation Spider-Man. I'm not disagreeing with you. I like a high school Spider-Man story. It's the way it works. Show of hands, what year were you born? I was born in 96. We already thought Ian was done with Magneto. Exactly. That's why I didn't expect him to return. I would have expected Fassbender. Defenders miniseries is C tier, probably low C tier for me. Homecoming is A. I'm glad to see somebody agrees with me. Punisher season 1. I think that's probably low B tier. Zack is the youngest extra crew member. Technically, Arash. Geez, McKellen and Stewart are basically going to be 90 by the time Secret Wars releases. I was looking that up before because I was like, yeah. Well, I think Patrick Stewart is 84 from what I looked at. Yeah, I don't get the hate for all the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. I think they're solid movies for what they are. All right. We have the first Doctor Strange, which a lot of this is where we're getting into like the MCU like phase 1 sameness movies, where the first Doctor Strange is probably a high C tier in my opinion. Airplane movie. That's a good way to look at it. All of those phase 1 MCU movies for the most part are pretty, they're like passable but not memorable. I think there are some that are better than others. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I have no idea what this is supposed to be, so I'm just throwing it in. Haven't watched. It has a useless post-credit scene also. I think it could come back and redeem. That's my thing. Whenever somebody is like, oh, that's a post-credit scene that was wasted, there's always the potential for them to revisit those things. Ray Park as Toad. He didn't show up in Deadpool and Wolverine. They got a different guy. How many of those haven't watched? Have you actually not watched? I haven't seen Ghost Rider 2. I haven't seen most of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I watched half of season 1 and then nothing else of it. I watched I Am Groot. The webisodes I don't count. Inhumans I haven't watched. So like 4 or 5 of those maybe? Oh, I think this is supposed to be Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 4, so throwing that under haven't watched. I don't know what this is. 6 minutes out. Thank you, Arash. I'm just throwing that in. Haven't watched. Don't remember. First Captain Marvel. Passable C tier movie for me. A little bit better than the Wolverine. Jessica Jones season 2, I don't remember that well. I'm gonna have to give that a rewatch. Same with Luke Cage season 2. They did Taskmaster dirty in Black Widow. I think it was. I don't love Taskmaster in that movie, but I like the movie around it enough that I can forgive it. Do yourself a favor and watch Ghost Rider 2. I will eventually. Alright, so here we get Daredevil Season 3, S tier. I don't think anybody can disagree with that, really. Cloak and Dagger Season 2, throwing that in. Haven't watched. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., haven't watched. Got another S tier. Thor Ragnarok. Are there any disagreements with that? We'll get into S tier plus at the end of it. One of these I will crown as best. Runaways I haven't watched entirely. All right, this is where you find out if I like Iron Man 1 or 2 more than 3, and it's 1. I like that way more than I really like that first Spider-Man in X2. Yeah, you want it to be Spider-Man 2. It might be. Iron Fist Season 2, gonna put it on... Oh, we got another reveal. Is this Doctor Strange? I can't play the music. We'll get a copyright claim. Alan Cumming! Nightcrawler's back! What? What did they say to him to agree to this? What did they say to him? Could be CG instead of makeup, but because I know he hated that makeup for X2. What? Yeah, that was kind of my idea of what it would have been. We still don't see I still don't see my Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds votes going up though. This whole chat is against me right now. I can't believe it's Nightcrawler. Oh my god. You could see the hype growing with each announcement just based on the views right now. Oh. Are they just gonna start listing all of the X-Men? Channing Tatum I could see coming up soon. How long is this reveal gonna last? I think we're on 4 hours right now. How long? We're coming up on 5 hours. Let me go through the announcement so far. So, we have Chris Hemsworth, Tom Hiddleston, Vanessa Kirby, Simu Liu, Evan Moss-Backrack, Joseph Quinn. Pedro Pascal is probably going to be in there. We have the return of Namor. We have Kelsey Grammer returning as Beast. Anthony Mackie, Sebastian Stan, Letitia Wright, Winston Duke, Paul Rudd, Danny Ramirez, Wyatt Russell, Florence Pugh, David Harbour, Hannah John Kamen, Lewis Pullman. I think that's it so far. God, if this lasts 12 hours. I love Wyatt Russell. I'm a big Kurt Russell fan. I love everything Kurt Russell made. Yeah, the White House scene from X2 is incredible, despite the fact that that movie didn't have a director. Might have to do a pack opening after my Star Wars Unlimited cards just arrived. Runaways I haven't seen. Jessica Jones season 3 I haven't watched. I think this is Punisher season 2 I haven't watched. Ant-Man and the Wasp. Where did I put Ant-Man? I thought Channing Tatum's Gambit would be the biggest X-Men name we are going to get, but anything is possible. Honestly, Hugh Jackman's, he's got to be there. Ben Affleck is not going to show up. Ant-Man and the Wasp, I'd put that like... do I like it more than the first Ant-Man? No, probably not. They're like on par in my mind. Oscar Isaac as Apocalypse instead of Moon Knight. Oh god, I hope not. I'm not denying Ben Affleck wouldn't be awesome, but he doesn't want to play... He doesn't want to do superhero roles anymore. Imagine if the 3 Spider-Man chairs are in a circle mimicking the meme. That would be funny. Next up we have Infinity War, which I feel like that's an A-tier movie for me. I like it more than Endgame, so... This is tough. I'll put that ahead of Volume 2. Did I put Iron Man on here already? Alright, well, this must be Iron Man 2 then. So, yeah, I really don't like Iron Man 2. So, that's getting right above Thor, The Dark World. I haven't seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 6. Nor have I seen Hellstrom, which I've heard nothing but bad things. Endgame will also go in the A tier. Slightly ahead of Deadpool 2. I think that movie is great. It becomes stimulus overload towards the end of it, though. Loki Season 1. I want to throw it in S tier, but I feel like it might be an A. Is Daredevil too grounded a character to be in this? Nah, I don't think so. Alright. Loki Season 1 is going right in between Daredevil and Jessica Jones. What if just throwing it right in the middle of C? That's all of What If for me. It's fine. Yeah, that's my thing. Whenever somebody says Daredevil is too grounded, too gritty, like Black Widow has been on the Avengers since the beginning. Eternals. Eternals is probably mid C for me. You know what? Better than Age of Ultron. Shrink my camera a bit to accommodate the list. What a great idea. How long until the next reveal, by the way, Arash? You know, I feel like we don't need to prioritize the haven't watched grouping yet. It's going to be large since I don't remember. 6 minutes. All right. No, Arash, you can come on stream, by the way. I know you had a headache before, so I wasn't sure if you were fully up to it. Blade, I just put in don't remember because it's been a while since I've seen it. WandaVision, I really liked when it came out. I thought the ending was a little anticlimactic. Wait, what's going on? Why is the chat Why are there a bunch of all caps? I also think WandaVision is great. Oh, where did I drop it on accident? Oh, C? No, it goes higher than that. I'd put it low A, right behind Civil War. Shang-Chi. It's a pretty middle of the road Marvel movie. I'd say right behind there, or right behind Days of Future Past. Please don't spam in chat. Thank you for cleaning that up, whoever did that. Oh, okay. Let me get Discord up first. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, low B. Probably above Luke Cage though. We have Peter's to-do list, which I'm not ranking that. I'll just wrote my thoughts on that in with I wrote my thoughts on that in with Far From Home. How long ago was it? 6 minutes? I feel like we've got to be almost there. Oh, here he is now. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold on, I was editing my... Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hold on, I was
I'm getting some reverb from you, though.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
The reason they're dragging out the announcement is to build hype throughout the day. The reason they're dragging... Oh, still hearing it, bud. Far From Home. I see a lot of people give this movie a lot of hate, and I don't get it because I think the Spider-Man stuff they do in it is pretty good. Do I have a Marvel movie collection? I do on Blu-ray. I have a decent amount of them. Yeah, I'd say it's ahead of Guardians for me. Look, I have the Spider-Man bias. I'm a big Spider-Man fan. So even my least favorite Spider-Man movies are I like them a little bit.
Zach, we're 2 minutes out from the next announcement, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you share your screen so I can see yours live versus just seeing the live stream? There's a little bit of a delay there.
Wait, what do you mean? You for the Marvel stuff?
Yeah, for the Marvel stuff and your tier list, so I could actively make fun of it.
If I share the screen, it's going to be a little. Oh, we got the reveal coming. Hold on.
Oh, sick. All right, hold on.
I hear the Doctor Strange music. Wait, maybe not.
Oh.
No. Rebecca Romaine. All right. I guess they're
a lot of chairs.
They're just doing X-Men versus Avengers.
Not shocking, but...
unless she's coming back as her character from the Thomas Jane Punisher.
Okay.
She's playing like Joan from down the hall.
Let me. There's got to be like a pattern to the reveals that they're showing off, right?
Well, now they're just doing X-Men characters.
Okay, but got the active list coming. Let's see.
The reveals might be per team. I wonder if the... No, it can't be per team because they spread out the Fantastic Four. We still haven't seen Pedro. If he's gonna be in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Last four were X-Men characters, so... All the blue X-Men revealed.
All the blue X-Men. Yeah. That's hilarious. I put my face cam on, by the way. I don't know if you can put me on there. If
Yeah,
it's just voice for now.
I'll do it after I finish with the tier list. I'm almost done. I'm gonna speed run through the rest of this tier list though. No Way Home. I really like No Way Home. I know it gets a lot of shit now. Below original recipe Spider-Man though. When's the Daredevil Born Again Q&A for 5 and 6? That is in 2.5 hours.
If this thing still isn't running by then.
we'll probably
then I guess
switch
we'll just
over,
transition into
and
that.
then we'll keep this on in the background.
Got it.
Imagine someone who has only seen MCU movies watching this. Multiverse of Madness. I think it's fine, but it's C tier. It's above Age of Ultron, below... Oh, no, not below Eternals. You know, it might actually be a B tier for me.
Imagine someone being like, who's Rebecca Romijn? Someone's out there.
Romaine.
Yeah, no, I know how her name is pronounced.
Ex-wife of John Stamos.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm calling the next four Hugh Jackman, Halle Berry, James Marsden, and Elizabeth Olsen.
I don't know. James Marsden is a pretty hard get right now, considering he's in all the Sonic movies. I think he's pretty preoccupied.
Not that hard of a no. I haven't seen the Fox X-Men movies.
Are you defying?
Do you think I have to watch them before Doomsday? There's a few of them that are worth watching, and if you want to look at this list, you can figure out which ones I think are worth watching. I haven't watched Daredevil episode 5 and 6 yet. Give it a watch. Great episodes. Why are they recasting X-Men? They're not. They're using the old cast. They better give me Cyclops. He's the leader of X-Men. 5 and 6 repeat. Agreed. Why are they keeping casts? I think we're going to be getting one big final showdown between... You know, this is the weird part. To me, Deadpool and Wolverine kind of felt like an epilogue to the Fox X-Men, where it looks like this is what it's going to be. Interesting. Hawkeye, I'm going to give that a high A. I really like that show. Yeah, right behind X2. Well, I just mean like it felt like an epilogue for the Fox X-Men, for the Fox Marvel characters rather. Moon Knight, I'd give that a... I like it more than WandaVision. Right behind Iron Man 1 for me. Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm gonna give that a middle D ranking.
Oh, Danny Cost in the chat says, Elliot Page cast as Kitty Pryde again. Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, that could happen. I don't see why not. They made the Umbrella Academy work with his character. Miss Marvel, I'm gonna give that a high B. I really like that show. Original Thor.
Put that in B tier.
No, that's a mid C for me.
Oh, mid C? Okay.
Ahead of behind What If. Actually, no, I like Captain Marvel more than that. Ahead of the Wolverine, below Captain Marvel. The
Vinnie
Incredible
Jones
Hulk. I'm gonna give a ahead of Thor: Love and Thunder, below Thor: The Dark World.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
All right.
It's a pretty unremarkable
it's just-
movie.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, they had to revisit it for Brave New World, but yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Agent Carter, I was just hyping up. That's a low A for me though, because I really don't remember the show all that well. Original Avengers. I'd say that's probably that's a high B for me. Cause you know what? It kicked everything off. It got things started.
I'd say A, but low A, high B.
What is this? There's another X-Men down here. Has there been an X-Men movie I didn't categorize? Dark Phoenix is in there. Origins Wolverine.
Did you do Last Stand?
Yeah, Last Stand is in my D tier.
Okay. Did you do? All right. We got Days of Future Past,
Got that
Apocalypse,
in there. Got that
Dark
in there.
Phoenix, First
That's
Class,
Yep,
X-Men Origins, Wolverine.
that's there. I don't know. This might just
What
be a
other X-Men
mistake
movies
then.
are there? I think yeah.
Wakanda Forever. What did I? That's like a. Ooh, it sucks. I might like it slightly more than the first Black Panther.
I thought it was a little bit under the first Black Panther.
You might be right there.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. You know what?
It's okay, Zach.
A little bit under original Avengers. Quantumania is an F tier movie. I really, really strongly disliked that movie.
Really?
Yeah, it's not a good movie.
Okay.
She-Hulk.
I liked She-Hulk.
I do.
I'll
too.
be honest.
I
liked She-Hulk.
It's gonna go right ahead of Black Widow, right below Ant-Man and the Wasp.
We're 5-ish minutes out from the next reveal.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up before then. Werewolf by Night is incredible, and everybody needs to watch it if they haven't seen it yet.
It's slept on, I'll be honest.
Very slept on. I'm gonna throw it above Homecoming. Guardians Holiday Special, I really enjoy also. I'm gonna throw that right in front of WandaVision. Short watch,
Always
really
cool to
good
see
watch.
Kevin Bacon.
X-Men The Last Stand is on here 3 times. Ghost Rider is on there. All right, we got Elektra, which is F tier. Probably worse than Morbius.
Did you do the first Daredevil movie?
Yeah, that's in my B tier. C tier.
What else do you got?
Not. I'll go through it right before the last one. Guardians 3. Some of the newer X-Men or newer Marvel movies aren't on here yet. Howard the Duck. It's like bad, but I have a soft spot for it, so it's going a low D. New Mutants is pretty unremarkable. High F. And what MCU movies / shows am I missing here? Loki season 2, The Marvels, Guardians 3. All right. I have to pick a best. I have 5 S rank movies though. It might be First Class.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank
you. Know what? Thor Ragnarok.
Really? Thor Ragnarok.
I really like Thor Ragnarok.
That is not surprising. Yeah, I love it too. The end credits sequence, I love that song, I'll be honest. But yeah, the characterization, everything, I agree with you.
Yep, I'll come
Although it would have been a vicious fight between that and Spider-Man 2, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's hard. I love all of those movies. I feel like Daredevil season 3, I recently watched it and it was like so high in my mind. I'll have to revisit that in a little bit though, so I can add the other ones. also going to have to walk away for a bathroom break and stuff, so I'm going to get you on screen in a moment here, too. I think I need to do a command lounge pop out, though.
Okay. I'll keep chat entertained while you go take a much needed break.
I'm just going to I'm probably just gonna wait until the next reveal.
Okay, that sounds good. Winter Soldier was so serious and spot on. Thor, though, Hermano. What about Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno, Hulk show, and movies?
There's a bunch of things missing from this. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I hit the highlights though.
Yeah, you did. You hit the highlights.
Command lounge. There it is.
Spider-Man 3 is mine. Oh, hey, there I am on
here we
screen.
go.
Nice. Oh, here we go.
Was that the X-Men animated theme again?
It's X-Men something. That's for sure. It could be James Marsden. Very much so. Oh, here we go.
Marsden.
The chair's moving. That's what I said. That's what I said, dude.
I just keep sending my dad the pictures of the chairs, and I'm just like, you're not gonna believe this.
Yeah. So I'm safe to say I'm pretty sure most of the original X-Men cast is just coming back. That'd be insane.
I can't believe that. That is pretty insane. Oh my god.
Yeah. What a
wild day so far. All right, I'm gonna walk away, take a break for a moment. Oh, hold on,
you're good. I'll take over stream for a bit.
There you are.
How the hell are they fitting this into 2 movies? Cyber says, I have no idea how they're going to do that.
3-movie arc, honestly.
This does, and the setup is insane.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got it, man. Let's see. Give me a leader. I mean, you got a couple of leaders already, so we know fully clear who's the leader of the X-Men. Let's see. Time for his redemption. Can you show a list of everybody announced so far? Yeah. Let me go ahead and actually get that assembled. Let's see. Avengers cast list. Let's see if we can get this list going here. Someone's probably got a good live update going on. Let's see. For a cast list, I think discussing film might actually. Oh, Donut Lord is back. Let's see. They better bring James Marsden, Cyclops, in this movie. If he dies, he needs an honorable ending, not an off-screen death. AJ says, speaking of that, I finally watched the live-action Sonic franchise since fans told me they barely do anything faithful to the games and want casual viewers who never picked up a controller to watch. Let's see. How likely do you think it is that Chris Evans will show up? For me, I think that they're going to pop him up as in a cameo role, but I think they're going to do that for Secret Wars. James Marsden is eating good with movies like Sonic Trilogy and the Doomsday movie. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Chris Evans will probably be Captain Hydra. Be a wild turn for the amount of cast that we've seen so far, so I don't think so. How far are we from getting Hugh Jackman in one of those chairs? I think for the last couple of announcements, they're going to announce the real heavy hitters. Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, Tom Holland, and maybe somebody with a surprise. Please, the final chairs be an evil Avenger lineup. Yeah, they use poor Cyclops as comic relief to make Wolverine look good. I think we're going to get more of a love letter to those movies, kind of like how Deadpool and Wolverine did, but we're actually going to see more of those in action. Thor, Invisible Woman, Sam, Bucky, Shuri, Ant-Man, U.S. Agent, Namor, Thing, Shang-Chi, White Widow, Beast, Sentry, Joaquin, Human Torch, Red Guardian, M'Baku, Ghost, Loki, Professor X, Magneto, Nightcrawler, Mystique, and so far, Cyclops as of now. Hey, X Crew, Deadline has an active updated list with picks if you want to show it in the live chat. Oh, thank you, Jude Lehman. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. Deadline. Yep, looks like they got this pulled up. Not super up to date, so I might have to do like a Word document and just type it in every time, and then have Zack just pop that up. So we got Chris Hemsworth as Thor. Do you think that Doom will be a Stark variant? Okay, they keep saying he won't be. If you bring in Robert Downey Jr. back as Doctor Doom, either they're going to go two ways. They're either going to just never show his face and only have him as a stunt casting thing and let his performance do the work, because RDJ is a good actor, or they're going to pull that he is a Stark variant or something storyline on us. Does Justin pay you guys extra for this mega stream? We get the same amount. We're just growing the channel. Thor is goofy and trash now. I hope they will bring back OG Thor. I definitely think that they'll be trying to hit the same notes that they did in Infinity War and Endgame and Ragnarok, where Thor isn't going to be pulling out too many jokes. He just needs to be Victor Von Doom, agreed. So we're thinking that rather than heroes versus villains, it's going to essentially be Avengers versus X-Men. I think that they're going to try to do something with the incursion. I think maybe instead of Doom fighting everyone directly like Thanos did, I think they're going to be confused and competitive against each other first before they band together to fight Doom, because he's the villain of both movies. I feel like they did misremembering, though. Imagine Nicolas Cage being the very last chair. So if we're looking back on the timer, it looks like we got about 6-ish minutes before the next name gets revealed. The timing of these chairs thing has been pretty wild. So basically, Avengers on X-Men on Battle World, that would go so hard. Extrude's updated there. 2 lists, my apologies. A descriptions list and an image one. Do the image one. Yeah, okay. I'll send that over to Zack, and then when he gets back, he can just cast it up. All right, let's see. Do you think this movie will be a faithful competitor to Avatar when it comes to the box office? Those kinds of movies typically will stay away from each other, considering that Disney owns both, and they usually don't like cannibalizing their own projects. So we're going to see like a healthy distance between both of them. Nick Cage's Ghost Rider would be a crazy inclusion, not expecting it, but the internet would explode. This is for Doomsday, so I imagine we will see that in Secret Wars. Like, it's just going to be... It's like your entire toy box getting spilled out onto the floor, and every action figure is just interacting with everything. I think that's going to be like a cap-off to the entire Marvel universe before they reboot everything. I hope they announce a recasted Kang. Not likely, but I know that they were looking into... There were rumors that they were talking to the guy who plays Mr. Milchek on Severance. Sam Jackson has got to be in the movie. It's an Avengers movie after all. I hope so. I hope they don't just leave him off after Secret Wars. Or after Secret Invasion, not Secret Wars. Kumar says, why would they reboot everything? I think at this point, they have been talking about doing a soft reboot for a long time. And Secret Wars in the comics was an event which basically redid the entire timeline. Bring back in the OG Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, please. There's rumors that he's going to pop up in Secret Wars. I think we might get there. Wasn't Sam Jackson in the Marvels? He was the Marvels, not Secret Invasion. Yeah, okay. Is there any room for Harrison Ford's Red Hulk in this movie? He might show up in maybe a cameo role. Maybe somebody shows up at the raft to talk to him. Maybe Sam does. Who knows? Oh, Daryl Frosty says Iceman. We could potentially get Iceman. I'd love to see him. I'd love to see the actor who played him. I know he was in The Boys. I just forgot what the actor's name was. Man. Shawn Ashmore. Shawn Ashmore. There we go. We're in the 5-hour mark with this one, guys. Yeah, chair reveal every 13 minutes. Only Marvel could make that exciting. Feel like Doomsday will be Avengers vs. X-Men, then Fantastic Four help unite them. Then maybe if they lose, then back up the non-X-Men multiverse heroes in Secret Wars. That could be a rough outline for it. They definitely are going to need to... They're going to need to do some setup. If you remember back in Infinity War, when the movie just kicked off as soon as everyone just kind of sprung into action. But for this kind of cast, you're going to need to do some introduction. I mean, the audience is well familiar with a lot of these people. So, you know, I feel like that's why they're also including a lot of the X-Men. I'm just hoping for Moon Knight, Daredevil, and Deadpool. I'm hoping for Moon Knight as well. It looks like the MCU just kind of forgot about it. Let's see. They need to show Moon Knight. I feel like we won't get that for a while, but we can keep that in with the... Whenever they pop in the next guy. I got the live on here, so I'm just keeping an eye out for any of the music. Give me Daredevil and my life is yours. Nice one. Okay. I'm hoping for Andrew Garfield and Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt's of course he's gonna be in here. I just haven't seen his chair yet. Although interestingly, I don't know if like the final couple of chairs are gonna be the actual like core team. Has Sam been announced yet? I feel like he has. Yep, no, he was one of the first ones. So yeah, that might be the core there. Oh. Wait. You hear that? Okay, we're getting that's the theme song to Deadpool and Wolverine. So we're either getting Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Yeah, we're getting Ryan Reynolds. This is definitely Channing Tatum. Oh my god! We got Gambit. So Gambit confirmed showing up and actually joining this team. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh my god, Zack's fist pumping off screen. Look at him. That's amazing, dude. Zack. He's so pumped. He's so pumped.
I said he would be back and nobody believed me.
No. Oh man, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Oh, hey, the timer went off. It's like I was a little late on that one. Dang, dude. Man. Yeah, that's insane. That's an insane reveal to me. Yeah,
He's about
you
to
know how
make a
long I've
name
been
for
waiting for
himself.
this. About to make a maiden name for myself here.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself.
That's so hard to do, dude. Good for him. Heard he really likes the character. Yeah.
He was champion. He was trying to champion a Gambit movie for over a decade.
Oh yeah. Yeah, dude was trying. Zach, if we could pull up the list on like Deadline or something, so that people who are just jumping in can kind of see, like the names that are announced.
Yeah, I can do that. Just give me 1 second.
Cool. Man. As soon as I heard the Deadpool Wolverine thing, I was like, man, it's either gonna be Deadpool or Wolverine. No, out of nowhere,
I didn't even hear it.
If we're pulling in, that cast, imagine Wesley Snipes pulling up in the chair next. Or random thing.
There's
Kit
not
Harington,
like a
just
list.
throwing them out there.
This is annoying me. Are you updating? Nope. Mark Ruffalo has not yet been announced. All right, here we go. This one's in order too. It's from Vulture.
Oh, sweet.
Oh.
I don't think that Doom is a Stark variant. I think that Stark has always been a Doom variant. Yeah. At 25 announcements till now. That's insane, dude.
When
like,
did I
and we
this?
still
Letitia
haven't.
Wright, I think. No, I must have started after that. Oh God.
I think this announcement's gonna go on all day, Zach. I think it's gonna cannibalize into our Daredevil.
That's okay. We'll you know what? We'll get it going.
Keep it going in the background, discuss, and then in between go, oh my God! So, please give me Nick Cage.
No
I don't know. Aquadesu says it's a 24-hour stream. Can they really fit that amount of people in there? Yeah, there it is. That's the list.
Thank you. I wasn't sure.
Oh, that was sarcastic. Okay.
Yes.
Screw. Okay.
I'm trying to make it so it's not taking up a ridiculous amount of the screen, but also... Alright, so we got Chris Hemsworth, Vanessa Kirby, Anthony Mackie, Sebastian Stan. God, I'm so glad I found an up-to-date list.
Oh, yeah. There's someone just watching this stream and typing in the names as they go, like while they're doing their regular work.
No, that just probably is their regular work.
Yeah. Only Marvel would do this on a fucking Wednesday morning.
Hoping for Tom Hardy. I really want him to play Eddie, but with a good script. Yes and no. All right, I'm ending the wildest casting announcement poll. You have all let me down. I just want to point out the fact that I'm going to be right at the end of this, though. How long will this film be? As long as it needs to be.
I'm gonna go microwave some food, so give me a second. I'm starving. I've been watching the stream and like editing Daredevil clips this morning.
I have one that I need to do the SEO for, but this really
takes precedent. I already uploaded something as well. I already have a video also like planned out, and I'm editing one right now too.
I didn't expect this to take up my entire day, but here we are.
I didn't either. You know, when you texted me, Arash, Avengers like cast list, I woke up out of my coma and I was like, "What? Huh? On a Wednesday morning with no warning?" You, Kevin Feige, you asshole. Fuck you.
It's like when he totally screwed up one vacation I had, because they have screwed up every vacation I've had for the last year and a half.
You know what, Zach? It could have been worse. This could have been dropped during your weekend away.
That's true.
They, like,
well, no,
better they're doing this now.
I could have counted on you to do this.
Yeah, definitely. Just luckily it wasn't on the Friday.
Yeah,
like because we're both out of commission that day.
There. Yeah.
Oh my god. We're both in here, and literally they cannot do anything to top this on that Friday other than shadow dropping the movie on YouTube, which will never happen.
Well, see, all right, this is what I'm going to say. It was genius for them to do it today. Here's why.
Yes.
Production started on the movie today. That's the big reason they're doing it. They wanted to announce that production is beginning. They do this for however many hours, announcing a different cast member every 10 to 15 minutes. Think about the Twitter buzz that generates throughout the entire day. It's not just going to be like everybody tweeting Avengers all at once. It's going to be the entire day just cast member. Oh, cast member. Talking about the earlier cast members with a new cast member. And it is going to create an all-new kind of hype for this movie. Thank you again, Jude Lehman, for another $2 donation. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not going to do the yell, because my girlfriend is working in the other room.
You're going to have to keep stifling your screams of joy whenever like another X-Men character pops up.
I haven't been stifling them. I've been, there's been some big surprises here, but nothing like, oh my god, what? Nothing like that. I will say that Kelsey Grammer edition
was a surprise.
No, the location of it is just really weird now that I'm looking at it all.
Why? Because he was like in between, like
he's in the middle.
Yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense.
And then they've just been strictly doing X-Men characters. It's just weird. Just weird. That's all I'm saying.
Then they just toss in Loki, and then Ghost, and then M'Baku. Characters that have nothing to do with each other. Also, in other news, a live-action Scooby-Doo series is moving forward at Netflix.
Did you just check your DMs?
Yes.
How long until the next one? How long have I been back for? We just hit like the 15-minute point not that long ago, so let me...
I can give you the timer that I have. 3 minutes until the next one.
3 minutes.
3-ish minutes, yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, you did send me that 15 minutes ago. Oh, my buddy just sent me, dude, this movie is gonna be insane.
Oh, exactly every 13 minutes. Ooh, 13 minutes. What could that mean?
What does that mean? What did he mean by this?
I've got some cards I need to unbox in a bit too.
As soon as the next announcement happens, I'm gonna go reheat my tacos.
This movie, it's gonna be 13 hours long.
Oh my god! At what point? 13 people are gonna die in this movie. X-Crew, my theory about the Kelsey Grammer is that he and probably other characters will catch wind of the anomaly, maybe Shuri as well, from different Earths into Battleworld.
Oh, okay. So you're suggesting...
He does, yeah.
You're
That's
suggesting that Kelsey Grammer is going to be like one of the people who creates the life raft.
I mean, him
is that what you're
Bruce-
suggesting, anyways?
I mean, him and Bruce are probably going to be like the points towards the other. I
Well,
said that
in
this movie's
the-
going to open up with an incursion
In
that just rips into the 616.
Well, I think that's how Fantastic Four is going to end. First steps.
Mm-hmm. We're probably going to see how characters. We're probably going to see how characters enter this world at the end of Fantastic Four. Like the way that the Fantastic Four enter, it's essentially going to be like how the Spider-Man characters entered the MCU during the No Way Home thing, where it's just like a flash of light and all of a sudden they're in there. Although that'd be a little
Do
not
I
so
hear
great.
some music? Hold on.
I don't hear.
No.
I don't hear anything. Someone said, "Give me Evan Peters" in the other chat. I don't think we're gonna see the. Oh, in the main streams chat.
Oh, I stopped paying attention to that chat. It was all nonsense, and
It's just evolving. I like our chat better.
that's why I did this. I was just like, I want to see some like real opinions and real thoughts, and not just like this nonsense.
If I see Daredevil, Wolverine, or Chris Evans, I will just wait until everyone else gets announced.
I don't think we're getting Chris Evans. I don't think that. I don't want that.
We're missing Reed Richards. We are missing Reed Richards. Although
We're missing a couple heavy hitters.
yeah, and it's not going by the typical Hollywood, casting style. Not doing it at all, which, makes no sense.
Come on,
I
are
see, I'm trying to pull up
getting
the-
another announcement now? Any second
Are
now,
we?
right?
Well,
I feel
the
like it's
timer
been
went
at
off,
least 13
so
minutes.
yeah.
This is the last announcement. We've just been staring at a picture. Nope, still live. I hear it.
I feel like they would cap it off, like just to let
on,
us
wait.
know, hey.
What is this?
I have no idea. Classical music, so. Fantastic Four, we're getting
Four.
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Pedro Pascal.
They're letting the music play for quite a while this time.
Mm-hmm. Come on, show us the other chair.
So are they? I wonder if they're. Yeah, they must be taking a break from
there it
X-Men
is.
characters then.
They cut it off right at the Fantastic Four part.
That was the that was the least enthused the chat has been in a while. Everybody,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
Pedro-
This
Pedro
video
Pascal,
was
yeah.
absolutely pre-recorded. It's not.
Yeah.
There's no way that they're setting these chairs up live.
Oh god. Well, someone in the comments earlier said, "Imagine it's just all the cast members signing their contracts and then getting their chair."
Yeah, it's the 10 minutes in between, the 13 minutes in between.
Okay,
feel
I'm
like
gonna
they
go reheat some tacos. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go ahead. I think I'm gonna get set up. I'm gonna unbox some Star Wars Unlimited cards. I don't think this is it. We haven't gotten the Robert Downey Jr. announcement yet. He might be the next and last one. The guy hired to move the camera every 13 minutes. Need to crank this up a little bit. Oop, accidentally went too high. There we go. So if you're unaware, we are becoming very big Star Wars Unlimited players, which is a trading card game. And it's a lot of fun. And what I have here are, I think it's 26 booster packs. So we're gonna do some unboxing. Just because we have time between the next reveal. Is this all they're doing? Just showing chairs? I'm pretty sure it's gonna end with like a Robert Downey Jr. Appearance. Let me just get my second camera set up. Unlimited is cool. What deck do you play? So we just got into it pretty recently, but I went to my local game store, and they had a Twin Suns night. It was my first time playing Twin Suns, and I did a Thrawn and Rio combination deck. And I didn't do great, but not terrible. Yeah, they also haven't revealed Tom Holland. Or Brie Larson, or any of the Eternals. This could be going on all day. It wouldn't shock me. Oh, I might need my keyboard. Just gonna be watching. Oh, he walked away. Gonna say we're gonna be watching him eat a taco for like for a couple minutes. Add video capture device. Why don't you want to work? Try it again. Yeah, if they mess up this movie, I think we could finally say, somebody could finally say, not me. I'm not going to be the one to say it. Marvel's dead.
Marvel's dead.
There he goes. There he goes now. Come on. Alright, well, I'm trying to get that set up. Just shrink it a bit. Do you think they will reveal Kit Harington finally playing Black Knight? He was an Avenger, after all, in the comics. I think that could be a possibility. We haven't seen a single Eternals cast member yet. And that's a little... That is a little concerning.
So I screwed up my tacos.
How did you screw up your tacos? Try again.
So I get them from this meal prep place, and essentially there's a little container of like jalapeno creme sauce, and I don't know why my brain hasn't kicked into full gear yet, but I accidentally microwaved that container as well, so I had to throw it out.
Yep. You screwed up.
Yep.
We may lose stream for...
It's still loading.
Oh, wait, we're back. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
All right.
We're back.
I had to
How
turn
stressful
off,
was that for you,
I had
Zach?
to turn off my VPN.
Oh, God. Now they know where you are. Oh, God.
Well, it was screwing with my second camera because it's all connected through the Wi-Fi. I also like Eternals. It was... I didn't put it that low on my list.
Super Brickster said, now this is just the main cast. We're still going to get cameos that we won't know about until we see the film. Very true.
Yeah. Check your Wi-Fi connection. My Wi-Fi connection is fine, dude. Disconnect. Let's try and reconnect it. Try again.
Yeah, I screwed up. My poor carne asada tacos, man. All right.
R.I.P.
Anyway.
All right, let's try something else then. I'm gonna try restarting my phone. Actually, that might work. I needed to stand. I was sinking into my chair too much. I just want to open some cards.
LeBron James is getting the next chair.
Is that? Oh no, it's not. I saw that over and over and over again in the official chat.
Could you imagine that, Zach?
Are you still keeping track of the time, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. How long we got?
About 6-7 minutes.
Okay. Cool.
And again, the way I've been keeping track of it, like, it's been a little bit earlier or a little bit later, but around the same time.
I've got so many cards to unbox. I'm gonna do some of them tomorrow on the X2 stream.
Oh, yeah.
This is our plug. I'm only gonna be there for a little bit. You're probably gonna have to host, by the way, Rosh.
Okay.
Yeah, that the chat on the official Marvel stream was the whole reason I wanted to stream this. Oh, Justin, you're just in time for my Star Wars Unlimited pack on openings. I'm gonna do some of them tonight, some of them tomorrow. Ooh, a timer overlay on stream is a great idea. I'll get that set up for the next time. All right. Maybe this will work now. If they need to make over 2 billion for this movie to be profitable at this point, with all the X-Men they just announced that are in it. Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, Alan Cumming, Rebecca Romijn, James Marsden, Channing Tatum. It has to be the biggest movie of all time.
It's got to make more $1 billion.
All right, I think it might work now. Video capture device. We're having trouble connecting to your device. Check your Wi-Fi connection and try again. Come on. So, what's wrong with my Wi-Fi connection? I have another way I could do this, but I don't know how well it will work. Let's see. Oh, he's gone. The problem is that with streaming, very few people go to the cinema nowadays. Even good ones are not making enough money. That is a big issue. But I think with the right movie, people could be tempted to get back into theater seats. We've seen that happen before.
This movie is probably going to be it.
It could be. With the hype it's generating already. Oh, I just heard something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Avengers music, so...
Yeah, this might be like Captain Marvel. Or it's Robert Downey Jr.
Chris Hemsworth, probably.
Chris Hemsworth was the first name, bud.
No, I mean Chris Evans. Sorry, there's so many Chris's.
No, if it's Chris Evans, I'm shutting off the stream. No more stream tonight. Nick Fury is a good. Sam Jackson, good bet right there.
Yeah, good bet. Jeff Hardy. Sorry, I was reading the other chat by mistake.
This has got to be Robert Downey Jr. with the way they're letting that music play.
Give Maria Hill top billing. Do it, you cowards. Give Colby Smolder something.
This is Robert Downey Jr. announcement. Which means no Tom Holland in Doomsday.
Captain America has his own theme, though. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's very true.
Okay, come on.
They're building up to this reveal. I'm thinking it's got to be something massive.
It's also got to be the last one then at that point.
No Eternals. If this is the last reveal, I'm going to get rid of Oh, yeah, they're doing something here.
The hell is that sound?
It sounded like an Iron Man suit. Oh, something's happening.
Something's happening. Is everyone just going to sit in the chairs?
Oh, if they get everybody in there, that would be sweet. No, it's going to be Robert Downey Jr., bet. This is the Doom theme. I'm willing to bet that.
Someone's walking in.
It would make sense why Pedro... It's Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, yeah.
What did I say? This is... You could go back to the beginning of the stream. This is how I said this would end.
Interesting. Okay. And that's where they ended it.
So many people are missing.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people are missing, actually. That's interesting. We don't have Wong. We don't have...
No Benedict Cumberbatch.
No Tom Holland. Interesting. All right. That's...
What the hell is this movie going to be? It's just going to be
Scarlet
Avengers
Witch.
versus... No Young Avengers.
Yeah, none of the younger Avengers
No
cast. Unless this is
Guardians?
like the main billing cast. Like, we could still have some of them show up as side characters, but... I don't know. No Spider-Man, no Scarlet Witch, no Doctor Strange, no Eternals. No Chris Pratt. That's also surprising. No Punisher, no Luke Cage, no Daredevil.
Ooh.
And the
Nope,
stream
that's
ended.
it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one
Interesting.
thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Okay.
That image of Robert Downey Jr. shushing the camera is a great thumbnail.
It is a very good thumbnail. It
Maybe
is a
this
very
will
good-
work
better
now.
than a bunch of chairs.
I mean, that went to a 2 of 10 on YouTube. Thank God that's it. We get an hour break before our next stream starts, which you should all come to.
Yeah, right. Yes,
But I mean,
please,
like,
come.
why don't we'll ride this out until 5. We'll discuss everything.
Mhm.
We'll go through the casting, just like step by step. I'll open one of these Star Wars Unlimited packs as soon as I get the camera working. Um, what were your thoughts overall of that, though?
There's a lot of people missing, but the fact that they're popping in a lot of the X-Men people before some of the bigger cast of the actual established MCU is a very interesting choice. It's very interesting.
I agree.
It definitely seems like they're establishing the X-Men and all those other characters in this movie before everyone in the sandbox gets to play together in Secret Wars. I guess that's what they're doing. And they're keeping Spider-Man entirely out of it because he's got his own movie sandwiched in between both Avengers movies.
Well, yeah, it's kind of that the Ant-Man and the Wasp thing of, you know, they were absent, but they have their own adventure going on. But wow. Jeez. I did not expect that to happen today.
He's got his own movie coming out. I can understand why they're not going to just shove him into Doomsday as well.
But do you remember the rumor was that he was supposed to be the lead of Kang's Dynasty?
Yeah. Before the shakeup. Before they got Robert Downey Jr. in.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be that, this movie will be that first issue of Secret Wars where, it is just the Incursion, the Ultimate Universe, fighting against, Earth 616.
That's such an interesting, like, okay, all right, Marvel, you're coming back now, you're trying.
But also getting the Fantastic Four in there also, I'm wondering, so this is my prediction. The X-Men characters that we're getting in this movie are not the same versions of the characters that we saw in, like, the Fox X-Men movies. They are going to be from their own separate universe that is probably the Deadpool universe. It's just so weird to not see Deadpool or Wolverine in that, Ryan Reynolds or Hugh Jackman in that casting announcement.
Someone said, I Love Left 4 Dead said, we will never find out why Thor is crying. We might see him in Secret Wars, maybe.
Yeah, that
seems like that was Battleworld.
I was maintaining that this was the Doomsday and Secret Wars main cast, but I'm thinking that probably is just Doomsday.
Remember, this is the first half of a two-parter story.
But also remember,
gonna be split up.
I see Daryl's comment in there. How can we do all this without Strange? That's very interesting. Strange is in the dark dimension right now with Clea trying to stop a separate incursion that he created. So maybe that will tie into all of this. That explains why he's going to be absent for this movie. Tom Holland will be absent for... I hate to say this. I really don't want to say it.
Say it.
This is building towards the idea that Spider-Man 4 is going to be a multiverse movie. He's probably not going to be in his own universe. And that's why he's going to return home, and it's going to be Battleworld.
Yep.
And then he's going to be one of the leads in Secret Wars. That's...
You remember how Civil War was essentially Avengers 2.5 bridging between Avengers Ultron and then Infinity War? Yeah. I think that Spider-Man 4 is essentially going to be that Avengers 4.5 where they or no, wait, that's wrong. Avengers 5.5. Is that number correct? No, wait. 3 was Infinity War, and then Endgame was 4.
It would be 5.5.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it. So yeah, Spider-Man 4 is essentially going to be Avengers 5.5, where Spider-Man is going to be the lead of his own thing that's going to be dealing with what Doom does at the end of Doomsday. I've been saying that forever.
Okay, I'm also seeing a lot of Spider Island theorizing in the chat right now. Those are just rumors. They're theories at this point. I don't... If Sadie Sink is another universe's Mary Jane, I hate that so much. That is so pointless and derivative.
They're not going to do a Spider-Verse movie, man. They're going to do... Like I said, I think that Doom is going to do something to screw with the sacred timeline and erase heroes. Like, you have to...
Well, no. This isn't just the sacred timeline. We're talking about the whole multiverse.
He's going to erase it all. Probably do what Kang did. Try to Bandle it together.
This is that's what the Secret Wars comic, which you should read, is about. It is about an incursion between the Ultimate Universe and Earth 616. They collide. Doom is on a life raft. Some of the other heroes are on their own separate life raft, and Doom is able to recreate the entire multiverse in his image, which it's centered on this mismatch of different parts of the Marvel universe. Like there's like a whole town of Hulks, and I think it's called like the Planet Hulk or something like that in Battle World. I can't remember what it's called exactly. But we have another $5 donation from Jude Lehman. Spider-Man 4 is going to be a spin-off as if it was a side story to the comics like in Secret Wars. I believe that from the start. Wish it wasn't. I did have that theory earlier on. I really didn't want it to be true. Or Spider-Man 4 is going to be some kind of some like Ant-Man and the Wasp, basically. It'll take Spider-Man off the board. It'll be set beforehand, and it'll take Spider-Man off the board before Doomsday can happen.
I think that how about this, right? Because Spider-Man is going to come out, like Avengers is coming out in May. Spider-Man is going to come out that July. So we have essentially 2 months. They're coming out relatively close to each other.
Which was the same gap between Infinity War and Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, and it was kind of a... well, Ant-Man and the Wasp had absolutely nothing to do with Infinity War until like the very end. I definitely think it's going to be something where Peter's going to be involved. He's too big of a character to not be involved in the storyline some way. So they're definitely either going to make it play off the ending of Doomsday or make it, like you said, entirely unrelated. From the business aspect of things, it makes sense from Marvel's end, because if they peek at it and they show you a major Avengers movie and then a Spider-Man movie, they're guaranteed they're probably going to be making around $4 billion that summer.
What do you think about this, though? Spider-Man 4 is actually Across the Spider-Verse 2.5.
That'd be insane. I don't know who Sony had to suck off in the executive office to get that going, but that'd be insane.
If I was Marvel, I'd be like, oh yeah, I would trust the what are the name of the producers of Phil Lord and Chris Miller. I would trust Phil Lord and Chris Miller over whoever was running the Sony Spider-Man universe any day of the week.
Okay.
Those two know what they're doing.
They do know what they're doing. They were responsible for the Lego movie, both 22 and 21 Jump Street, and Solo as well, although I never saw that.
They weren't responsible for Solo.
They were executive producers?
No, they were supposed to be the directors, and they got fired in the middle of shooting.
Yeah, and then they replaced them with Ron Howard. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Morbius confirmed in Spider-Man 4. It's Morbin time. Okay, that's jokes there, buddy.
What if... No, but I'm being serious here. What if Spider-Man 4 was just him killing off the Sony Spider-Man universe?
Spider-Man kills the Sony Spider-Man universe?
No, I'm just saying. Like,
I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah, what if it was like, okay, Battle World, and it's all the Sony Spider-Man characters, and Tom Holland just has to like exist with them?
I wouldn't be against that. I would not be against that at all. But then again, the way that Sony handled them, it's like Tom Holland Spider-Man's just gonna be like, who the fuck are these jerks? He's just a vampire guy who has no connection to Spider-Man.
No.
Dakota Johnson's Madam Web with no connection to Spider-Man. He has a little bit
of a connection because Michael Keaton said Spider-Man to him that one time.
So did Tom Hardy, who was just like, maybe I should meet up with this Spider-Man. Like, what? There's no connection. They have nothing together. Imagine like 10 years time when Spider-Man has to like, we're gonna reconcile this Sony Spider-Man universe like they're doing with the X-Men now. Imagine that.
Well, like that's my whole thing right now. What they should be doing is just getting rid of all of the fat, trim all of the fat off of Marvel.
I agree.
Let the Fox franchises die right here. Let the Sony franchises die right here. Keep it Marvel from now on, which they're not going to do because there's that Nick Cage Spider-Man Noir show coming out. But I also, where is it? Where did I read something, and my guess is Spider-Man is getting the black suit in the Secret Wars movie, like in the comics. This is what I have to say about that. Secret Wars from the 80s is a completely different storyline to Secret Wars 2015, which this movie, everything about it is very Secret Wars 2015, rather than 1987, 86, whenever that original Secret Wars run is from. Which, that one was basically like, oh, look, we got all these heroes. DC made a bunch of money with Crisis on Infinite Earths. Let's make our own big crossover event. And then all the heroes fight.
And then it rebooted the thing so that they could reboot the entire timeline and be accessible to other readers, right?
That didn't happen.
That's not what those were for?
That's not what Secret Wars, the original one, was. Secret Wars 2015 was like, we're ending the Ultimate Universe, and we're bringing in some of the things that worked from the Ultimate Universe into Earth 616. But
because the stories of comic books constantly change, and you got to reboot them to make them accessible.
There's a new comic coming out from DC called like the first 90 years of the DC universe, and it's like a 4-issue limited series, and it's supposed to just put the DC continuity into perspective for people who want to jump in right now. The Daredevil discussion is going to start in an hour and 15 minutes ish. We're gonna stop right now.
Standard time.
I'm gonna direct everybody to go over, if you're still here right now, go over to our Daredevil episode discussion if you're interested in that. It's gonna be a good time. We do that every week here. Thank you so much for coming out, though. I know a lot of you have left already, but thank you for joining us over these last, how long was it? 6 hours?
6 hours, I'd say. Yeah, you started this at around 10 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock your time, probably.
Thank you, Justin, for throwing that in there. And we're going to be discussing the 2 episodes of Daredevil Born Again over at that link. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you guys so much. Time. Yeah, great time. Please join us on our next stream, and have a good one.
Yep, we'll see you in about an hour. Bye.
See you.